Hello, Houston. He is Joe. I am Jeremy. We are Jeremy and Joe. Lots to get to today. NFL entering the final week of the regular season. We'll touch on the Rockets, maybe touch on the Astros. We'll see how it goes. A bunch of football, too. And then, of course, the lead story in Houston. The Cougars beating LSU in the Texas Bowl. Let's go. Go Cougs. 10-win season. Attaboy.
Go
Attaboy.
Cougs.
Winning Willie.
That's all he does is win.
All he does is win. Second year. It's a trend. Everywhere you go, second season. Unbelievable year. And, Cougars spotted LSU a 14-0 lead. They wanted it to be competitive. They wanted the game at NRG to be competitive, and then they dominated the rest of the way. Go Cougs. Enter the offseason on a very positive note and enter next season. Connor Wigman, 4 touchdowns. You know this is a Texas Bowl record? Case Keenum's played in that. Gerard Johnson has played in that. So many great quarterbacks have played in that. Connor Wigman, the all-time passing touchdown record holder in Texas Bowl history, Joe.
Congrats to him.
Yeah.
He made Lane Kiffin leave early, even.
He did. He was
Which
out of
is
there.
awesome.
He was out of there. I did see him on the sideline. He's a little taller than I thought.
Really?
Yeah, a little taller.
I got more like Schefter vibes from him.
What does that mean? Short?
Yeah.
No, he's not short.
Okay.
No, he's taller than I thought. Much taller than I thought. But good win for the Cougs. Go Cougs. We can talk Cougs if you want all day. 713-780-3776. Another big football game in Houston. Saw the Texans in L.A. But for a Houston team, the Texans going to L.A. pick up
It's
the
always
victory,
fun to
Joe.
win.
It is always fun to win. Did see Cal McNair in the post-game speech. He likes to get in the camera. Have you noticed that? He's always
Yep.
make sure he's never behind the camera. Never behind. He's always in front of the camera. Where else would you want him to be? I love that he's in front of the camera. But the Texans going to L.A., going to SoFi, beat the Chargers 20-16. They also jumped out to a 14-0 lead. What's your main takeaway? And, of course, the Texans going to the playoffs for the third year in a row. First time in franchise history to accomplish that feat. So golf clap for that. What was your main takeaway from the win, Joe?
The first 2 drives were awesome, but then what the hell happened the rest of the game with
Look
the
at
offense?
you being negative. The Texans are in the playoffs for the first time in 3 consecutive
You
years.
always come in here with these
And-
down
Yeah.
questions.
My goodness.
We knew
It's
they
a
were making the
positive
playoffs.
day.
We knew
We're
they were making the
jolly.
playoffs.
We just got done for Christmas. We're in a good mood. We got our gifts. The kids had a great holiday season. New Year's is in a couple days. We're not working a full week. The Texans are in the postseason. They're on this winning streak. They've won 11 games, and you're hitting me with negativity in the first sentence?
I started with the first 2 drives were awesome.
And then how did the sentence finish?
What the hell happened the rest of the game?
There you go.
You always come in here with these down
My
questions.
goodness, Joe.
We knew they
Negative
were
Joe.
We knew they were going to be in the playoffs, Jeremy. Come on.
They won a game in
They-
L.A. against a
they did.
playoff caliber team.
They
Not
did.
a playoff caliber team, a team that will be in the playoffs.
Yes.
And what happened the rest of the game? How about a little bit of a positivity?
Okay.
How about a little bit of a congratulations?
Congratulations.
You know what my main takeaway is the internal optimist of this show, my main takeaway from this game, what a job by D'Amico Ryans, man. What a job. They started 0-3, Joe. You know what the Texans have done since that 0-3 start? They've won 11 of 13 games.
Mm-hmm.
They've reached the postseason. Not many people thought that the Texans were going to make the playoffs after an 0-3 start, after a 3-5 start, me included. I'll eat crow.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think they were going to get to the postseason. They got off to that 0-3 start. I thought it was going to be difficult to win 6 games with the remaining schedule that they had, playing a first-place schedule. They've beaten a lot of really good teams during this winning streak. My main takeaway is not negative. Like what happened the rest. They won the game. Why
They
are these
did.
games beauty contests? D'Amico Ryans did a heck of a job, man. No, I don't like however the rest of the season goes. They could lose this Sunday at home against Indy. Now that they will, they're 10-point favorites. They could go one and done in the postseason. D'Amico Ryans getting this team to return from the 0-3 grave that they were in, to rattle off an 11-2 record since then, at least 11 wins, potentially 12, has gone to the playoffs in each of his 3 seasons as the head coach. First time that's ever happened in franchise history. I applaud D'Amico Ryans.
Absolutely. He deserves it because they're now one of 7 teams since the Super Bowl era began to make the playoffs after starting 0-3. That's why, counting them out early in the season, there's no shame on that. Only 6 teams had done it before them. The Houston Texans are one of them in 2018. But to start 0-3 and to turn their season around in the way they have, and you're right, they've beaten a lot of good teams. They've got, 4 wins this year versus teams that have 11 wins or more. They've played really good football, and their defense is dominant. They were bullying the Chargers on the defensive side in this game. There's a lot of credit to D'Amico. Like you said, first time in franchise history to accomplish this. They are doing what we thought they were going to do at the beginning of the season. Doesn't look as pretty as time, but you're right. It doesn't matter. But he absolutely deserves credit for turning the season around, for this team not just folding on itself like we see some NFL teams do. So, yeah, it's kudos to them. It just wasn't pretty on Saturday.
You could find a fault with Miss America, couldn't you, Joe?
Probably not.
You look at Miss USA, like, what is that scratch on her knee?
She's probably too tall for me. That's why.
Am I? We're sitting here. We will nitpick the Houston Texans Chargers game yesterday. It's what we do. But I just don't know how that could be the first thought is like, hey, it was a good win, but, and we'll get to a lot of the buts, but just the first sentence kind of annoyed me a little bit, Joe.
Because I think this team, we knew they were going to make the playoffs.
No, we didn't. We at what point did you know the Texans were going to make the playoffs?
No, going into this game,
right?
We knew going into this game. So I'm not thinking necessarily about just what does it look like versus the Chargers. What does it look like versus the Colts? It's how do you make a legitimate run in the playoffs this year? What does that take? You win a bunch of these
games. You win a bunch of ugly games.
You win a bunch of ugly games, and these
aren't
can
beauty
do that.
pageants. These are battles. These are wars. These are the best players in the world going toe to toe and knocking helmets the entire game. Like, why? Hey, it's got to look pretty. I don't care if it looks pretty. You know what I care about? Do you know what I care about?
What?
Wins. I care about wins. And this team has rattled off 8 wins in a row. They have 11 on the year. They're 11-2 in their last 13 games. They've been to the playoffs in each of the last 3 years. I just want to give D'Amico Ryans his flowers because I think he deserves it. And look,
I agree.
We're as critical about D'Amico Ryans as anybody. I think that everybody has weaknesses. Everybody has talking points on what they do, whether it's a coach, whether it's a player. The way D'Amico Ryans nitpicks the media at times is kind of interesting. How he wants to control the message can be interesting at times. I'm seeing some of the quotes from D'Amico Ryans earlier today from the Zoom that I was not invited to. He's talking about how he talked about the first half offense, the 2-minute drill when they had the ball. He's like, oh, we're always going to be aggressive in those spots. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction, D'Amico. Like there's things that we're going to nitpick and we're going to get in on and discuss and slice and dice because we have 15 hours a week, not this week, but we have 3 hours today. But yeah, the lead to me is that D'Amico Ryans has done a great job with this football team. Pulling it out of the depths of an 0-3 hole. A lot of people, me included, gave up on this football team, and all they've done is won 8 games in a row, 11 of 13, reached the playoffs for the 3rd season in a row. I think D'Amico Ryans deserves praise.
He does, and honestly, it kind of made me rethink our conversation from 2 weeks ago, I guess, at this point, about best coach in franchise history. I think I made a mistake.
Depends on how you look at it.
No, I think I made a mistake. I think I didn't have D'Amico 1. I want to change my stance.
You ready to elevate him to number 1?
Numero uno, D'Amico Ryans. He deserves it.
I think he is by far the best leader that they've had.
Oh, without a doubt.
By far. Kubiak was a good offensive mind. Bill O'Brien, for his credit, was fine offensively.
What's up, Trevor?
But, I don't think anybody ever had a whole lot of faith in Bill O'Brien, Teapot Bill. Even when the Texans were up 24-0 at Arrowhead in that playoff game, I still thought they were going to lose that game. Like, I don't think that with D'Amico. No, I think D'Amico's the best leader they've had. I would pick D'Amico out of all 3 of them, quite frankly. Gary won a Super Bowl, but that was in Denver. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan of D'Amico. I mean, yes, we're critical of D'Amico, but I think D'Amico's an unbelievable role model. I think he's a great leader. I look up to D'Amico. That's a man that I would follow. And look, like the conversation about him this year too, I thought got kind of ridiculous. Like whenever they were 0-3, whenever they were 3-5, like you had beat writers, posting the little rabbit with a clock and bringing up Steven Nelson. What? why were we doing that? There was talk of the Texans. Like, what would they look like if they went with an offensive coach? Blah 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 blah. Sometimes you have to give praise. Sometimes you have to give compliments. Sometimes you have to give somebody their flowers. And, we like to tip our cap. I think it's only fair if we tip our cap whenever a tip of the cap is deserved because we do a lot of critiquing on the show. We do a lot of hating on the show. I think we do a lot of fairness on the show. But that's why we have to give D'Amico Ryans some love for turning this football season around. We were talking about draft picks. Mm-hmm. We were talking about top 10 picks. We're talking about what they could do in the NFL draft. They've won 11 of 13 games. They're looking dangerous. for the playoffs, and I think you just have to give a little bit of love to the head coach sometimes.
Yeah, I think at this point they look like maybe the most dangerous team in the AFC because of how good this defense is. Is that fair to say?
I mean, you're the one saying it. You tell me if it's fair to say or not.
I think it's fair to say. So I agree with what I just said.
So you think they're the most dangerous team in the AFC?
Because
you
of the
woke
defense,
up feeling
yeah.
dangerous.
Woke up
today.
feeling dangerous.
I don't know. I don't know if they're the most dangerous.
I just what this defense is doing to teams, and it doesn't matter like health or not. They just bully teams in a way that we haven't seen in the NFL, and it feels like a long time. Like the fact, like they can get to a quarterback at will, pretty much. Like they had 5 sacks in this game. I think someone tracked it. It would have been 9? I think it was if it wasn't for defensive penalties, something like that. They're getting after.
We're just gonna ignore those. We're just gonna ignore the defense penalties.
No, we're not ignoring. I'm just it's adding to my argument. Like they got to Herbert a ton of times. Some of them just got taken away.
Did they get taken away, or did the Texans commit a penalty to where they did it to themselves?
The Texans took them away from themselves, so they were taken away by the Texans.
That sounds like goalpost moving to me.
I don't think so.
The Texans would have had 24 sacks if the offensive line did not protect.
That's not true.
They would have had 40 sacks if Justin Herbert never threw the football.
Exactly. That's the number you're looking for.
It's such a weird argument to me.
But like they dominated the Chargers defensively again in this game. Like you just see like the what D'Amico has done with this defense, and the talent obviously helps. But like you got guys going in and out with injuries, and it doesn't matter. Guys are stepping up. Guys played better in this game than they've played most of the season. They're playing their best football defensively right now. I don't think there's even a question about it.
Yeah, I thought I mean, they're the number 1 defense in the NFL. And people have had like, where do they stack up in recent memory with some of the best defenses in the NFL? We haven't really had that conversation. I don't love going back in time and stacking up defenses. Like the game has changed
a lot.
I think there's some advantages defensively this year than even last year. The new kickoff rules, I think, are favorable to defense in terms of yards given up. Because if the average, if the average drive starts at, I don't know what it starts at, but if it starts at the 35 versus at the 28 last year, with just overtime and volume and math, you have less yards to give up defensively, blah, 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 blah. They're really good. Best defense in the league. I think that it's easy to say. I'm not going to say they could have had 9 sacks if it weren't for the penalties. I'm not going to say, the 30 sacks if Justin Herbert just held on to the ball every time he dropped back to pass. But 5 sacks in a game is a lot. That is a lot of sacks. And I understand that the Chargers were banged up. I understand that how many times did Rich Eisen tell us that they didn't have their 2 starting tackles? Like the Texans also didn't have their 2 starting tackles. He was pretty, nauseating to listen to. I'm sorry, ESPN listeners have to put up with that every day. He's much better on the radio than he is play-by-play. But 5 sacks is something to tip your cap to. They held the Chargers to just 2 touchdowns whenever they got to 5 red zone trips. Tip your cap to that. I thought Henry To'o was outstanding. You tip your cap to that. The defense is great. It's a great defense.
Henry To'o to me is the one that stands out the most from everything you just mentioned there, though, because we've been hard on him, and rightfully so. He was all over the place in this game. He was everywhere you needed him to be, and was much better at tackling. Felt like in the right spots. He looked quicker in this game. I'm not sure he actually was, but it felt like he was while you were watching it. And yeah, the Rich Eisen point, it was tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like it was like 100 mentions to the Chargers missing their 2 tackles to 1 with the Texans, and I'm not sure there was 1.
Eisen was like crying when the Chargers would do something bad.
Yeah.
Like they put the ball on the rock. Like whenever Herbert fumbled the ball, he put it on the deck. I can't remember exactly when that was, but they were in field goal range, chance to score a touchdown. He fumbles it, puts them in a really bad situation, down and distance-wise. And Eisen was like moaning, like, "Oh, Chargers are making so many mistakes." It's just weird.
It was weird, and there's a lot of weird movie references.
Yeah, I think he's too talk showy, doing play-by-play. He's like dropping Costanza references and like Christmas references, and we'll listen to a little bit of Eisen a little bit later. But like the Jalen Noel reference, like it being Christmas, he mentioned that over and over.
Yes.
Like it was corny the first time. It gets even worse the second and third, Eisen.
There was a Top Gun reference. No, Mission Impossible. Sorry, I got my Tom Cruise movies mixed up there. The Mission Impossible one, I think, was the worst one.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it was something like Justin Herbert went for a big run, and he said like mission accepted Justin Herbert. It was brutal. It was
Grade the joke, 713-780. Junkie says Rich Eisen, he's even worse on the radio. Change the station when he's on now. Well, thanks for bouncing back. Appreciate you turning the dial back over once he goes off. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'll get your thoughts on the Texans game. We are going to have the Rich Eisen conversation a little bit later where he stacks up amongst the worst play-by-play broadcasters. Look, we're going to get to some of the negative from yesterday. We're going to talk about the offense and C.J. Stroud. In fact, we'll do that next. Also, who had the biggest win in the NFL? Do that a little bit later. Where are the Rockets at as they enter December 29th with a game tonight as well? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, call or text. You can watch us, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Hide the women and children before you enter. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on TikTok. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. And then also on Twitter. How can we forget Twitter? At ESPN975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sackler BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. All right, let's have the offensive conversation. Let's have the Stroud conversation. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2. Football season is in full swing. In fact, it's winding down. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and you get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. Junkie. For the Cougs, that win has to be huge with the portal opening. A great showing, large crowd, loud crowd it was. It was a really good environment. Beating an SEC opponent, excited about the freshman next year, but we really need some upgrades in the portal. Willie's done great in the portal. I trust that he'll do great again in the portal. He's always been able to find some really good contributors, so I have faith that they'll be really good in the portal. But a great weekend for Houston football. Another Junkie. How many sacks would the Texans defense have against the Texans offense? I don't know. I mean, I thought that the Texans' offensive line actually did pretty good. CJ was not sacked at all, which tip your cap to the offensive line, tip your cap to Stroud getting rid of the ball, tip your cap to Caley scheming some stuff up that wouldn't allow Stroud to get sacked. So I think the Texans do a pretty good job of avoiding sacks recently. Like, it's a far cry from where it was a year ago.
I would push back a little bit. I mean, you're right in that they didn't give up a sack, but it felt like they went through a stretch kind of like they did and I believe it was the third quarter of the Chiefs game where the Chiefs just decided, let's blitz 6 guys every single play and see if the Texans can handle it. And the Chargers went through that period, and there was a period of that game for about at least a quarter and a half where the Texans were basically every play was Stroud backpedals because they brought an extra blitzer, they didn't pick it up, and then he just throws up a prayer to, either out of bounds or a jump ball that's incomplete.
I don't disagree with you, Brian, but the text was how many sacks would the Texans defense have against the Texans offense. I don't think the Texans offense would move the ball, but I think they could avoid the sacks.
I think the Texans have some better finishers, obviously, than the Chargers do. So I think they would get a couple, but I don't think it would be a 5-sack day.
Yeah. Look, the way to beat the Texans, in my opinion, is to do what Brian just said. Like, that makes them highly ineffective. Like, whenever you bring an extra rusher or extra 2 rushers, you disguise where the blitz is coming from. The Texans have had struggles with that all year. I mean, go watch the second half of the Kansas City game. The Chargers were doing a lot of that yesterday. Like, if I'm playing the Houston Texans and I'm, like, the defensive coordinator, I'm sending extra bodies, I'm disguising where it's coming from, and I'm making the Texans beat me when I blitz. Because the Texans have issues beating the blitz. They don't have answers to that. Whether it's the screen game, let's get to that a little bit later, whether it's Stroud not great with extra defenders and like knowing where they're coming from, whether it's Caley's play calling, it's a combination of all of it, quite frankly. So it's a valid point, no doubt. Like, that's what I would do if I were a defensive coordinator playing this Texans offense.
Yeah, you just got to make things a little chaotic for them, and they kind of fold, unfortunately.
They just don't have the answers. Like, they don't have the answers to the pressure test.
Yeah, and it hasn't, and it's not one that's going to get fixed this season, right? Like I don't think there's anything they can change. This is the book on them going forward. The rest of the year is you bring in that extra guy.
Yeah, until further notice.
Yeah, like you bring that extra guy, and like that's just the reality. Like, you have to do that to stop them, and the Texans have to find some kind of answer. I mean, I can't believe they haven't found anything. Frankly, yeah. It's like one play. I think there was one
that Woody Marks slip out was really the only time they beat it. I can think of.
But like we talk about screen passes all the time. Like
they're bad in screens. I've noticed that
they're bad, and they don't run them a lot. So I mean, maybe that's why they don't.
3. I counted 3 yesterday. Okay. 2 were like bad. Were like the offensive linemen's like late getting there, or maybe it's the running back outrunning the blocking. It could be either one. But you have the running back ahead of his blockers before the pass even gets there.
That's not good.
That's not good execution. There was one that I watched a couple of weeks ago where I couldn't figure out if it was a screen or not because you had like 4 offensive linemen stay home and only 1 offensive lineman get out.
Oh, yeah.
And then you had the tight end in front who had zero desire to block. So I was like, is that a screen? I don't know. It's like a half-measure screen. I can't tell. They ran to the one to Schultz yesterday, which actually was really effective until Schultz fumbled the ball out of bounds. That was the best one that they had. And they ran one to Kirk, I think, too. They ran a halfback, a receiver, and a tight end screen. The only one that was efficient at all was the tight end screen, and then Dalton Schultz screwed it up because he fumbled it 10 yards backwards. And it put him in a 3rd and medium, and they didn't convert, when it would have been a first down if he just takes care of the football. So that is a bit of an issue. Rocky says, I'm with Joe on this one. The offense still stalls out, and they're going to need to get more creative moving forward. See, I don't even think it's creativity. I think it's more like do some easy stuff that beats the blitz. Mm-hmm. He says, still not understanding why Chubb is taking away carries from Jordan. Jordan averaged 4.2 yards per carry. Mark's average on the year is 3.7. I mean, Nick Chubb ran the ball 1 time. I don't think he's eating carries from Jawar Jordan. He ran the ball once.
Yeah, I don't know what the snap count ended up being, but I feel like Chubb was barely out there, honestly.
I didn't even notice him.
It was pretty low. He remember last week that Nick Chubb and Jawar Jordan played similar snaps, but Jawar out carried him 5-1. Mm-hmm. And it was like, okay, well, they trust Chubb and blocking and stuff like that. Chubb was easily, I think he was the 4th Most used running back yesterday, actually.
I've got him at 5 snaps in the game.
And I think it was less than Dare.
Dare was at 2.
Okay. And then Jordan was at like
11.
15?
Yeah,
okay,
11. Yeah.
Okay, so he touched the ball. Jordan ran the ball on 8 of the 11 times he was out there then. That might be a tell.
That feels like a little bit of a tell.
That might be a little bit of a
Yeah,
tell.
I mean, Woody Marks was out there for 68% of the offensive snaps. Like that to me is what it's going to look like the rest of the season.
That to me was the positive of the offense. I thought they ran the ball really well.
I agree.
And the yards per carry 3.5, like it kind of came down a little bit. But you had Jordan 4.5 yards a carry. Look, he's not good in the blocking game. Like he's gonna pop one every now and then. Like I like Jawar Jordan. Don't get me wrong. Woody Marks I thought looked really good yesterday. Like we spend all this time like on the offense and stuff, and like, hey, how you gonna beat the blitz? Blah 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 blah. I would kind of like them to run the ball more. Like, no one wants to hear that. Like, C.J. Stroud, this top 5 potential quarterback. Is he a top 10 quarterback? I think their strength is more running the football right now.
I mean, they ran it yesterday or Saturday 34 times to throwing it 28. So,
But that was a little misleading. Because if you looked at it at the start of the fourth, they threw it more than they had run it.
yeah, they ran it mostly in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So you want to see just more balance throughout the entire game.
I don't even know if I want balance.
You want heavier run.
I think I would like the Tex, especially when you jump out to a 14-0 lead, Joe. Like, what is the strength of this team?
Defense.
Their defense is the strength of this team. So when you jump out to a 14-0 lead, I don't want you to throw the ball more than you're running the ball. I want you to run the ball more than you're throwing it. And then you're going to get play action stuff out of it. And then, like, hey, the Texans are struggling against blitz and pressure. Well, run the ball down their throats.
Mm-hmm. Well, and especially because that's what they've been telling us all year, that they want to do, Jeremy. They want to run the ball. They've said it. How many times has D'Amico said
That's
that?
their
this year?
identity. Yeah, they want to be able to power run team.
Yeah, and you run the ball more, you move the safeties up, it opens up things over the top again for you like you had on the first 2 possessions of the game. So I'm with you. Like, Woody Marks can run the ball. I do like the fact that these are the 2 guys now for the rest of the season. It seems like that Nick Chubb's not going to be a factor. I mean, I guess we needed the report today that Joe Mixon was officially not returning this season.
That was weird.
Happened. I didn't think it was still in question at this point.
Yeah, it was kind of odd.
But it was strange. But like I like that Jawar and Woody Marks can be your backs into the playoffs, and you can have success with them running the ball, even with this offensive line combination. Because that was one of my biggest questions going into this game was how would this combination of players, especially if you have to roll it out again next week and into the playoffs, just depending how serious these injuries are, like can they run block? And I thought they did.
Yeah.
They did a good job in this game.
I thought the offensive line was pretty admirable.
Yeah.
I think I went back and watched the All-22 yesterday. Jared Patterson was pretty weak. I did notice that they sent a lot of their pressure on the left side of the offensive line, which, I mean, that's smart. You got Blake Fisher and Jared Patterson over there. Like, that is the weakness of the Texans' offensive line. Like, that's where to attack. But no, I thought that they held their own. Like, they kept their head above water. Like, again, like the sack conversation, yes, pressure affected them, all that, but they were sending extra bodies. I thought, like, with a patchwork offensive line, with no Ursary, with no Trent Brown, who have been consistent starters at your tackle spots for the last month and a half, I thought that they held their own against a good defense.
Yeah, I think they did everything you asked them to do. It would not have shocked me if CJ would have walked out of this game being sacked 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
He got sacked 0 times.
0 times.
Like, I think it was pressured on 35% of his dropbacks is what it ended up being. So that's still like, I think that's a reasonable number with this combination. The Patterson's the one where I'm like,
see, that stat could be a little bit deceiving too. Like, it matters. I'm not like dismissing the stat.
Okay.
But how you get the pressure, I think, is critical. Like, if you're getting 35% pressure sending 4, that's obviously better than 35% pressure sending 6.
Sure.
Right? So, like, it's where, like, these numbers can at times be a little misleading, and context matters a lot. Now, against the Texans, it might not matter because they have trouble beating the extra blitzers anyways.
Yeah, I think for the Texans, it doesn't really matter because I think there's a clear weakness. And that teams are going to identify going forward, whether it's this group or your normal healthy group that you've locked in with before this game of like, hey, if we bring in an extra guy, they're not going to pick it up correctly.
No. And, like, I mean, I don't even think it takes, like, a rocket. Like, we're noobs. Like, we're jabronis. We know nothing. All the junkies, they're way smarter than we are. Like, what would you do defensively against the Houston Texans offense?
Blitz.
Disguise, pressure, send extra bodies. They don't ever is a strong word. They almost never have the answers for that. Like, I would make the Texans beat me that way, no doubt about it. But at the same time, offensive line held its own. I do wonder how long Trent Brown's going to be out because he was ruled out pretty quick last week. Ursery was kind of like, we'll wait and see. We found out he had a broken thumb, which is better than like a bone in his hand, I think. He did have surgery on that broken thumb to try to expedite the healing process. That's tough, man. That is tough. You got a wound in your thumb and expected to block? Like,
I mean, I can't believe there were reports on Saturday afternoon that he was questionable and was going to try to play.
yeah.
I think we mentioned this on Monday when we were doing the show. Like, have we ever seen anyone block with a club?
I looked it up, and apparently like 4 times in NFL history there's been a dude with a broken hand. I think finger's different, though. You can do it with a broken finger easier than a broken hand. But still, I mean, I know finger is connected to the hand, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I don't know.
what I mean.
I don't know if I want to see that, to be honest. I think I would just roll Blake Fisher out there.
Yeah, he was okay. I thought he was fine.
He was better than I thought he was going to be, frankly.
If you went into next season with Ursery and Fisher as your 2 tackles, would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay, you're out on that.
Well, so Blake Fisher a right tackle?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. The Texans have shown that have told you that they don't like him.
I mean, they like him enough to be their jumbo tight end.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, maybe he's their swing tackle. Maybe
I mean,
he's their swing tackle, jumbo tight end, and you upgrade at right tackle.
I mean, Trent Brown should be in the Hall of Fame already at this point. Instead, he's still playing in the NFL.
That's not nice.
He has to be out there at right tackle so that way Blake
should
Fisher's
be in the
not
Hall
playing.
of Fame already? I think you're
Is he
over.
even 40 yet?
No, guess how old Trent Brown is.
He's 32.
Yeah.
Is he really 32?
Yeah.
Come on, Joe.
That's not old.
He would have had to retire at 27.
He feels like he could have retired like 3 years ago.
Also, you say he's a Hall of Famer?
I think so.
Has he ever made All-Pro?
I've never thought of Trent Brown as a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I didn't either. Maybe I'm forgetting his All-Pro
So
credentials.
you wanted to retire at 27, and you think he was on a Hall of Fame track?
No, I'm just saying, he's really good.
I mean, Hall of
Or
really
was,
good.
He was really good. He's good now.
He's never been an All-Pro.
I didn't realize that. I thought he was better than that, honestly.
He's only been to 1 Pro Bowl, which
I thought
that's
it's-
stupid.
Yeah, he's not on the track, Joe.
I thought his stats
He's
were
going to
way
have to
better
stick
than
around for about 5 more years.
Yeah,
So you
okay.
have a prayer.
that. He's not going to be an all-pro ever then.
He's a solid player. Like, how would you feel about Ursery and Brown at right tackle next year? And Fisher's your swing tackle.
I'm a little hesitant just because of,
yeah,
like,
I am too.
I want to bring in someone younger at this point, right?
You know, would this be an upgrade? Ursery, because Ursery's the left tackle. We all agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's your left tackle next year. How about Howard at right tackle, and then you just beef up your interior?
Great.
Great.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you'd be good with that?
Yeah.
So you're okay if the tackles are currently on this team?
Yes.
You just want it to be Howard at right tackle, beef up the interior.
Yeah, I don't think Blake Fisher's your opening day right
Yeah.
tackle.
No, I'm
next
with
year.
you. I'm with you guys.
And
I'm
I just think Howard's better on the outside. He's been really good at left guard this year when you need him to be.
Yeah.
But I just prefer him on the outside. So I think that's the number one priority in the draft and free agency is interior offensive line.
And I think it's easier to find interior offensive linemen than it is tackles, you know?
Especially with where they're going to be drafted.
Yeah. Whether it's the draft, whether it's free agency. So, like, Howard has more value as a tackle, like if you're just talking about it from that perspective. I do agree with you, too. I think he is better at tackle than guard. Not saying he's bad at guard. I've been impressed with Titus Howard this year. I think he's done a really good job. All right. A lot of people thought that the offense got conservative yesterday. Like, that's the reason that the offense stalled out. Because, you know, people always have excuses. People like to defend the Texans. The homers are like, this is the reason they stalled out. If it weren't for this, things would have been great. You know, if the Texans didn't commit penalties, they would have had 9 sacks. Things are always great, except for these hurdles and, you know, these things and this, you know, moving the goalpost stuff. Do you buy that the offense got conservative after the 14-0 lead? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
No one wants to be stuck in car payments for 7 years, and that's what the average person is stuck with right now because the average car price in 2025 and going into 2026 is $48,000. So the way they battle that is they put you in these 7-year loans that you can't get out of. You got negative equity on your car when you want to trade it in because the average American wants to trade in their car every 3 years. You just can't do it, or you're getting a new loan that makes it even worse. It just keeps going and going and going. Well, that's where D&M Leasing comes in to save the day. Right now, you can get into a new lease within 24 to 72 hours. That's all it takes. You call them up at 713-290-1000, and you can speak with one of their leasing agents today, or go to their website, dmautoleasing.com. They'll walk you through the entire leasing process, and through that, they'll find out what kind of car you want. They'll walk you through all of the mileage stuff, all that stuff. If you've never done leasing before, they will explain all of it to you like it's your first time because, look, it might be. And also right now, you can get no payments for the next 60 days. You can do all of it from the comfort of your own home. DocuSign for all the documents you got to go through. You can bring the car to you when it's time. They'll bring it to your office, to your work, Whether you're at lunch, they'll drop it off whenever, and they'll take your trade in for you as well. Check them out right now, dmautoloosing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Wait on YouTube, ESPN Houston. Could it be an OC issue, not giving CJ an audible, or could it be CJ not reading blitz and not changing to the better play against blitz? You'd hope you have an idea of when it's coming, especially with the volume that it's coming at. I do notice CJ check out of stuff pretty often. I don't know if it's a good check or a bad check. Like, I couldn't tell you. I just think they're bad at it as a unit. Like, their offensive unit, whether it's offensive line coverage calls, whether it's running backs, tight ends helping on the pressure, whether it's the QB getting them into good spots, or just the OC getting them into good spots, or maybe just not having good blitz beaters in their offense. Like, I think it's a combination of all of it.
Yeah, it's an all of the above type issue, right? I just can't imagine this is only on Stroud or Caley. It's a huge problem if it is.
I think it's mostly on them.
No, but I think it's like if it was only CJ's fault. Like if Nick Caley was giving him the plays, like, hey, this is what you check out of, this is what you're looking for, and CJ just never does it, that's a huge problem. If it was just Nick Caley having no blitz beaters, that's a huge problem. I think it's a problem because they don't have any of it. It feels like most of the time they just don't have an answer. And they know it's coming, and that's the other thing. Maybe they just, and that's where I do wonder with CJ, like, does he recognize what's happening? Because we know he's taking more of that control of the offense this year with the protection versus what the previous 2 years were. So, like, does he recognize what's happening in front of him in this first year doing it? I think the answer is no.
I disagree.
I want to see what it looks like next year.
I think an 8-year-old would know that pressure's coming whenever they're sending so much pressure, especially in the second half. Like, I give C.J. Stroud the benefit of the doubt that he knows that the Chargers have intensified the blitz.
I feel like you'd have an answer sometimes then if you could always tell it's coming, right?
Maybe it's not in the playbook.
Well, then that's a huge problem.
Right.
That's a huge problem.
I mean, it'd be way better if you were a fly on the wall and you could see like what they're talking about, discussing. It's impossible to know. It's impossible to know unless we're in the room. Like, what is we can identify the problem. The Texans' offense sputters whenever the Texans have a tough time recognizing blitz and defenses send extra bodies. They struggle in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why they struggle in that area. Everything's a best guess. Is it Caley? Is it Stroud? Is it the offensive line not hearing the coverage call? They're hearing it, but not being able to execute it. Couldn't tell you. That's why it's just it's an operational issue, and we personally cannot identify it because we don't know. They do. We do not.
We hope they know.
I mean, how would they not know?
I don't know. Cause
You got D'Amico Ryans, one of the best defensive minds in the NFL, as the head coach. You don't think he can see that the offense struggles with extra bodies?
But you would think if they know, they would find some kind of answer.
They should be bad at it.
I guess. Yeah,
Joe, if I were playing a Min Thompson one-on-one and I was struggling getting my shot off, I could tell you why.
Yeah, that's true.
I could tell you why it's happening, but it ain't going to matter because I'm not going to be able to do anything about it.
You're right.
I mean, I just think it's way too painfully obvious that they don't recognize the issue.
I think it's like, I think they recognize it after the game.
No,
I'm wondering
come
if they're
on.
recognizing it in game.
Man, this might be the most insulting thing you've ever said about Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, and the Houston Texans.
Well, I just can't imagine.
You don't think they
this
can
offense,
recognize that they're struggling against the blitz and that they're sending more blitzers? They have 20 coaches.
I mean, they can recognize that it's coming, but they can't find any answer for it. It just
Yeah.
feels unfathomable to me, like that they can't find some kind of answer for it. Like, I believe in C.J. Stroud, the quarterback. I believe in the weapons on this offense. Like, you would think there'd be something
Yeah, I just
that
think
they
they
could find
beat
an
there.
answer for.
I think they just get beat. Again, me versus Min Thompson. I know the reason. It's just not going to matter. I think they just get beat.
What about you versus Reed Shepard? How would that go?
I mean, I'm not gonna overrate my athletic
Okay.
prowess. He would kill me. He'd skunk me. 100-0. Like, maybe I can knock away a fadeaway desperation heave.
Yeah.
It's as best as it's gonna get. Like,
Okay.
no, I wouldn't win that. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get into the Stroud conversation here in a little bit. We'll go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, great to hear from you. Hope you had a great holiday. What is up, Israel?
You know what's, shout out to D'Amico and CJ 3 years
right.
in a row. And they need to get y'all for some consultation or something, because y'all,
Okay.
neither one of y'all can read a blitz. Y'all get out there and get dumped every time.
Well, I can read a blitz. I just couldn't do anything about it.
You can read the blitz. You think it's more talking on the radio? You think you can?
Well, I
But when
could.
you get
Yeah,
out
I could.
there
I could
in the
understand that an
NFL
extra body's
in
coming.
the NFL, you can read a high school. You can read.
Well, I could read it.
North Shore.
I could read it, but I would get
Sure.
killed. I couldn't do anything about
Yeah,
it, but
you
I could
too
read
slow.
it.
Big boy, you too slow. Hey, look, but look.
I am a bit slow.
Shout out
but
to
it's true.
CJ. CJ is about to get paid, and they're gonna go to the Super Bowl.
Oh.
All them goofies that they gotta play in AFC. Only ones they got worried about is because Pittsburgh they finna lose. The only ones they don't have to worry about is Lamar. The rest of them bums, they forget about it. And I know y'all happy about Reed Shepard. He happens in 13 points now. What he do for a third-round pick? He's still trash. They still need a point guard. All right, y'all.
See you, Israel. Good to hear from you,
Good to hear from you.
even though he called me slow. But he's not wrong. AFC is open, though. Israel called a shot. Said the Texans to the Super Bowl. He's right, though. D'Amico Stroud, they deserve praise. 3 straight playoff appearances for the first time in franchise history. No doubt about it. Rocky says, Joe, you just made the list. Well, that was your Trent Brown thing.
It's fine.
How
Rusty.
worried were you when Lassiter went down?
I was pretty worried.
I think
I
we were
thought-
all worried.
Pretty
I
worried.
thought he tore his ACL.
Yeah, check
Like,
the tweets. Jeremy and I ended the season.
Jamie Erdahl was like, yeah, he had the towel around his head. I'm like, well, he's emotional. He's talking to his mom. I'm like, oh, that ain't
Yeah.
good. He's going back to the locker room whenever those doctors can tell quick, man. Like, you see, like, remember when Brian Cushing tore his and like, he was crying as he went up the locker room? Like, they tell quick. You know pretty quickly. So I was scared, especially knowing what the Texans have behind Kamari Lassiter and DJ Stingley or Derek Stingley at corner. It's not great. So I was very concerned. I thought the season was over.
Yeah, when they said mom's coming over, I was like, oh,
Yeah,
man,
that was what tipped it for me. It's like, oh man, mom's coming to talk to him.
Yeah.
There's no and he was back like 5 plays later.
Yeah, that almost was like,
It was so weird.
why is mom coming over then?
Yeah, it was a little bit. Was it a Paul Pierce moment?
No. I mean, there was clearly like an awkward bend on the knee.
Yeah.
You know, like it was
I'm not saying he
legitimate.
was faking it. It just felt like we all were guilty of dramatizing the seriousness. He's
No.
back like 10 plays later.
Well, I mean, that same situation 7 times out of 10, it's a torn ACL.
Yeah, maybe so.
Like if you see a guy get landed on like that, the doctors are coming out, they administer the test, and then immediately go to the locker room, towel over the head, talking to a parent. I mean, 7 times out of 10, that's a torn ACL.
Yeah, your season's done.
Yeah, that's not uncommon in those spots where that it's not good. So I was scared about that, and then all of a sudden he's on the field like the next series. Like, oh, okay, like maybe they just went out there to do a quick X-ray to make sure everything was okay.
Just in the moment, it felt very bad. Then by the time he got back, he was like, I'm all right.
I mean, not an X-ray, but
well, MRI you wouldn't be able to read the results that quickly.
Well, X-ray wouldn't tell you if the ligament's torn.
But it would tell you if you had a broken bone.
Yes, but it wouldn't tell you if the ACL's torn.
They wouldn't have the information that quickly anyways. Like they were never going to the locker room to take an MRI.
Oh, well, if the fear, though, was the ACL, then what's the point of the X-ray is my point.
To make sure that he didn't break an ankle and they could play on it.
Okay. But if the fear is the ACL, I'm just saying an X-ray is not going to tell you that answer.
I think the doctors went out there, felt the ACL, and knew that it was stable because they can tell that quickly. Like, I mean, they can touch the thing and tell that if it's ruptured or not. It's like a rubber band. If it's still intact, they can feel it. If it's not, this isn't good. So at that point, last year's like, I still don't feel great. Okay, let's go take an X-ray, make sure that we're good. The moment that we get cleared, we're coming back on the field. It could even be Lassiter saying, I'm good, coach, I'm good. Well, go check it out, and then if it comes out okay, you come back onto the field. That happens all the time. So I am with you that I never thought broken bone, but you're not going to go to the locker room to take a quick MRI because there's no such thing as a quick MRI. So why did you go to the locker room?
He was hurting.
Because they took an X-ray. Took an X-ray to make sure there was nothing broken before he could return to the field. There's no such thing as a quick MRI.
There should be.
Well, if you invent it, you'd be a rich man.
Because sitting there for an hour sucks.
Right?
It's awful.
They weren't like, hey, let's go take a quick MRI and see if you can play the next series.
Well,
I understand the fear was the ACL, but the thought when he went to the locker room was not an MRI.
Yeah. It's good he came back because that looked like a disaster because they picked on his backup as soon as Lassiter left the game.
Oh, yeah, they hit a bomb.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, was there any part of you guys thinking, given what we go through each Astros season, when they put him back on the field, like, oh, no?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really feel that way about the Texans. Like I feel
the thought never. There was some brief moment because I mean we saw that with Joe, obviously lesser degrees, but we saw that with Joe Mixon last year with the first of his 2 hip drop tackle injuries. Where I think it was the Bears game. He got hip drop tackled and then went back out there like 3 plays later. Played I don't know how many snaps it was, but he got a couple of carries after that, and then he missed 3 games.
Maybe it was the nature of the injury. Because, I mean, if the doctors are clearing you and then you go up to the locker room, in my opinion, for what was an X-ray to make sure there's nothing broke, I think that you had the information that you needed pretty quickly. So I didn't have fear once I saw him back out, no. I had a ton of fear, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I was 10 out of 10 in my spook level. I was worried that he tore his ACL, not going to lie.
Well, there's no depth there.
No, Jalen Smith is a bum.
Yeah, like you got nothing there if he leaves the game. And part of the reason why the Texans are a legit Super Bowl contender this year is because of their corners.
Yeah.
Because they have 2 shutdown guys. Like, you lose one of them, you are in a bad spot.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. Stroud conversation. Did they get too conservative? Did they get conservative at all? That is a school of thought. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Is your New Year's resolution to enjoy yourself and your time a little bit more often? Is it to travel a little bit more? Is it to get out and have some good old-fashioned fun? If it is, you need to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and enjoy yourself. It's the best idea in 2026. Escape the rat race. Get rid of the stress and anxiety. Whatever's causing it for you, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and your troubles will be in the past. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. They got the open green spaces for you. Wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, mature trees all over the place. I'm a sucker for that. And also some of the best fishing in Texas. You cannot beat it. You can hike on their 92 acres of property. Kayak their water. They got pickleball courts out out there for you too, or just hang out at Swampers, have a drink. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. And they're always taking care of their visitors. It's one of the things that they really enjoy to do. You visit them, and they want to make sure you have a good time. New Year's Eve on Thursday, for example, they're gonna have a huge party. I guess that'd be Wednesday. They're gonna have a huge party out there. They're gonna take care of all of you. They're gonna ring in the new year at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What's better than that? But they got New Year, New Adventure weekend all weekend long. Great activities at all times for all of the visitors that visit Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Plus, they got glamping for you. It's all the rave. They got the cabins, the tree houses. We stayed in the tree house when we went. We loved it. Or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And now through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. So take advantage of that. Book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. So there's a school of thought, Joe, that the Houston Texans got conservative with play calling after the 14-0 lead. Cash or trash?
I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I don't think so. I just think they just didn't execute very well.
I agree. I don't think that they got conservative offensively
I mean,
at all.
it's way too, like 14 points is not enough to be conservative in the first quarter to slow it down. Like if that was the decision that this coaching staff agreed to, I have so many questions about them. And I like a lot of the members of this coaching staff. Like that would come from your head coach.
Yeah.
If you're going to play that conservative. I do not think the Texans did that. I just
I'd
do
actually
not
like
think
them to do it, actually.
I mean, you could say, like, you could be, like, a little more conservative, but, like, there can be a balance. Like, they weren't conservative intentionally. They were conservative because they just couldn't execute anything.
Yeah. If I have a 14-0 lead in the number one defense in the NFL that is being impregnable to the Chargers offense, I think I want them to run the ball every single time. Like, I'm being a little bit egregious here. I'm being a bit sensational. I don't literally want them to run the ball every single time, but pretty close. And they didn't. They were throwing the ball more than they were running. C.J. Stroud threw 2 interceptions in the game. Did they come before or after the 14-0 lead?
After.
Like, what do you mean they were being conservative on offense? They were throwing it more than they were running it up until the fourth quarter. Stroud threw 2 interceptions after the 14-0 lead. They were throwing an unconventional throwing downs with a 14-0 lead. Now, I don't buy that I think it's making an excuse. Like, I think it's kind of a homer take. Like, oh, the reason that they weren't moving the ball isn't because they're bad at certain things. It's because they got conservative.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost trying to talk you into believing that the offense is better than it is.
100%. Because, I mean, he threw an interception with, 20 seconds left to go?
Yeah.
In the half?
I mean, there was first and 10, like, near their own 20.
Yeah.
Like, that's super aggressive. Like D'Amico said today, like, hey, we're going to do that. That's who we are. That's kind of hypocritical because they've been in those situations, actually better situations, that they haven't been aggressive. So I thought that was a hypocritical statement from D'Amico today. But you're going to tell me that 2-minute offense, whenever they got the first down running it, and then it was like first and 10, like 40 seconds left, near their own 20. They threw it to Schultz, which was a terrible play call, like went for 3 yards or whatever, and then you get picked off on the very next play. That's the antithesis of conservative.
Yeah, and the Chargers, like, well, they've had their struggles, and while your defense is great, it's 2 possessions. Like, after that pick, if they would have scored a touchdown there, and then they get the ball at the start of the second half, you're losing the football game at that point, right? Like,
You'd be tied.
Oh, I guess it will be tied because they kicked the field goal. But, like, it's the game can flip so fast. There's no way. You're right. It's a homer take to try to make an excuse for what happened after the first 2 possessions.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
think
it is.
so.
There's no way they were like, we're going to play conservative for 3.5 quarters.
I would have liked if they did, though, Joe. Like, I believe in complementary football. I believe that the Texans' strength is defensively. I would love for them to be uber conservative with a 14-0 lead. So, like, I would defend them if they got super conservative. But nothing they did up until the fourth quarter, I would call conservative football. Like, I think it was the opposite of that. I think they were a little bit too aggressive with a 14-0 lead, a mediocre offense against a good defense, and meanwhile, they have the best defense in the NFL. I think they could have done some things to help their defense more. I think they could have ran the ball a little bit more, which was successful. Worked on the clock earlier in the game because you have the number one defense in the NFL. Is that being too conservative? Maybe. But the Texans weren't doing those things. So I don't believe the logic at all that they got conservative with a 14-0 lead. I believe the Chargers made an adjustment. I think they got wizened up defensively a little bit and forced the Texans into some struggles. Offensively, in totality, what'd you think? Good, bad, indifferent?
I would say bad.
Yeah.
It was not a good day on offense. Like you have drives where you're going 3 and out because it's run, it's in, short pass, incompletion, drives over. You've got one drive where you're making progress, you're moving the ball down the field. Dalton Schultz gets baited into a penalty, and goes from being 3rd and short to 3rd and 17 on that play. Like it was a bad execution of offense basically the entire game, honestly. Outside of 2 really big chunk plays that were flawlessly executed.
Yeah.
They were phenomenal throws, but the offense was bad in this game. It just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, the first two series, unbelievable. Like, great game planning, knowing what you could get to. That was going to be a weakness in their defense. It was great execution. But after those first two touchdowns, which, maybe I don't want to call them fluky because I think they had a good idea, a good game plan. They knew what they were going to see. They knew of things that they could take advantage of within the Chargers defense. So I don't want to call it a
Oh, we lost Jeremy there. But you know what? Hey, it's time for a break. So we'll get Jeremy's thoughts. We'll continue that on the other side. It is Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9. Oh, he's back. Just kidding. We're not going to break yet. Jeremy?
Yeah, what did I drop?
We were talking about the offense?
Yeah, the offense was meh.
It was meh.
Two series, very, very good. The rest of the game, very, very bad. The running game was okay. The running game was pretty good. But I thought overall offensively it was not a good showing. Not a good showing.
No, it was just a uninspiring day from this offense collectively. From after so you can't say from start to finish because the start was good. But after those two drives, they just didn't really execute anything properly. Penalties, easy passes that were missed, bad interceptions, like really, really bad interceptions, frankly, from C.J. Stroud. It was just an awful day from the offense.
Let's talk about the Stroud interceptions. The two touchdowns, what you saw from him, the interceptions, what you saw from him. There's also a clip from C.J. Stroud in his post-game press conference where people think that he's throwing Nick Caley under the bus. Do we think that Stroud is bashing Nick Caley's play calling? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Get on out there to Monument Chevrolet. Buy your new pre-owned vehicle. Maybe you're looking for a commercial fleet. Monument Chevrolet leads the world in commercial vehicles, too. So a great spot to look for that avenue as well. But they're the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you over pricing. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, so you know they're doing something right. They've been a pillar of the community for 5 decades. They've helped a bunch of people get new pre-owned commercial vehicles, and then these people keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there as well. They're always friendly. You can feel it the moment that you step foot on their lot when you walk into the showroom. They got a great culture because they hire great people. And look, this is the season for savings, too. The new year is coming to an end. The old year is coming to an end. The new year is going to be here in a couple of days. And Monument Chevrolet is clearing inventory. Now is the time to buy. Now is the time to get an unbeatable deal on the vehicle you want. So head out there to Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a deal you're going to be happy with. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now's the time to upgrade that ride before you roll in to 2026. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. monumentchevrolet.com, or just stop by. Visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. We start again. Junkie, best segment when J-Bone's sound is dead. It's not very nice of you. Thought we were all jolly this time of year. Another junkie. If they were being conservative, they wouldn't have had their foot on the gas right before the half. Yeah, it wasn't conservative. That was a weird take to me. I think it was homers trying to justify the lack of offensive success after the first two series. I think it was, why weren't we good after the first two series? I know, because we weren't being aggressive. No, I just think that you had trouble against a very good Chargers defense. As simple as that.
I just don't even know why you need to feel the need to make that excuse at this point in the season. We all know what it is.
Kind of wrong. You're right.
You're just wrong, and the Texans' offense just hasn't been great this year.
Yeah, I mean, we can call a spade a spade.
Yeah, it's not the reason why the Texans are in the position they are today, why they've made the playoffs for a third straight season for the first time in franchise history, why they're one of 7 teams to make the playoffs after starting 0-3, is because of the defense. Yeah. It's not because of the offense. You don't have to make an excuse. It's not like they're dropping 40 points every other week, and then one week they score 20.
Yeah.
They're barely scoring 20 in these games.
And you've played 16 games. Like, the body of work is pretty significant. I mean, you're 16th in points, you're 20th in yards. You're an average at best offense.
Yeah.
It's the reality of the situation. Like, why do you have to make excuses for the offense being average at best? Like, no, they're just average at best. That is the reality of the situation. Now, can you make a run? Can you win it all with an average at best offense? I think this defense just might be good enough that they can.
Really?
I do. Yeah, I do.
I think they honestly.
I
want to push back, but I just don't believe in any of the offenses left in the AFC.
It helps that you're in the AFC.
Like
I
really
probably
don't.
wouldn't have the same stance if it were the NFC.
Yeah, because I think in the NFC, it's like, could someone score 23 on you, and you score 20, and you lose that game, obviously, because math. But in the AFC, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure how many of these teams can score more than 20 points on this team.
Yeah, I mean, their offense is. I mean, their defense is legit. Like, their defense is really good. I do think their defense can carry them on a run.
Yeah.
I could also see their offense getting them eliminated in the wild card round. You know, like that's that type of team. Your offense is average at best. Your defense is elite. Those are teams that can go on a run. Those are also teams that can be one and done. Mm-hmm. It's the reality of the situation that the Texans are in. So C.J. Stroud talked postgame, and there's some people that are taking this comment to think that he is bashing play calling. What do y'all think?
That allowed you all to hit early on those couple of explosive plays in the first quarter?
Yeah, I mean, they play really a solid, shell defense, and kind of like the way the league is going on defense is like they're playing too high shell. They're trying to, take away your best guys. So we kind of knew that and, came up with some good plays and designed some good plays just to pick on that. And, got to just keep that going. It can't just be in the first quarter. It got to be throughout the whole game. So then something we can learn from is, is just keeping the gas on and making sure, we're still calling it. I'm taking care of the ball and, we're moving forward.
All right, we won't nitpick the gas on thing, but people were saying that he's being critical of Kaylee's play calling there because they didn't do more after the first two series. Do you hear criticism there?
Not really. I think this is more where what we were just discussing about taking, playing conservative. I feel like that's where people are more taking that from what he's saying there. I don't think it's a shot at Nick Caley. I think it's just an acknowledgement that they didn't do it or didn't have those opportunities the rest of the game.
Stroud doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would throw anybody under the bus.
No,
and I don't think he's doing that here. I think he's talking about we need to be better offensively as a unit outside of the first two drives. We need to keep our foot on the gas and score more points. I don't think he's saying that Caley called it conservative and that he was the reason. I don't hear it that way. And look, some people are hearing it that he's complaining, 713-780-3776. I think it's more saying that the offense has to be better. Like, yes, we won the game. That's great. But we need to be better from the moment that we kick off until that final horn. I don't hear the bashing. No, I really don't.
There's one part in that I don't. I agree with what you said, Jeremy. Like, I don't think Stroud's the type of person to do that intentionally. But if you took one part of that and twisted it, I think you can make it into something. Is where he says we got to keep. Is where he says we got to keep calling it. Like, talking about those design plays they called early in the game to take advantage of the Chargers' cover 2 shell. Like, he does say it. I think around the point where he says we got to keep the gas on, he says we got to keep calling it, referring to those aggressive plays downfield.
Do you agree with that, though?
I know, because I don't want them continually throwing deep shots. I don't think that's the type of offense they are. I think they got their shots in, the Chargers adjusted, and they then have to adjust in turn. So I didn't want them to keep throwing deep shots, but you could take what Stroud says there as an unintentional swipe at Kaylee's play calling.
I hear you. I hear you on that. I don't think he was taking a shot at Kaylee. I think it's a valid point on your behalf, Brian.
See, I would like to see them try more of that throughout the game, just because that threat is there. Like, you have multiple guys that can go chase it down, and CJ can make that throw. And he has to be smart with the ball when he does it, but
difficult when the Chargers then say, well, we're bringing 6. Good luck.
100%.
Yeah.
And so it's a game plan situation. Like, a couple more shots down the field I would like to see, because they can make the throws. And I know it's not the style of football that they want to play. We've gone through that a ton. Where they want to control the ball, they want to short, easy, death by 1,000 cuts, but they have the ability to take deeper shots. So I would like to see a little more of that sprinkled in throughout the game. But I don't think it's a shot at Kaylee, really.
I mean, if you go back and watch the film, though, there's those plays are available. It's not like Nick Kaylee didn't have receivers running deep patterns the rest of the game. Like, if Stroud really wanted to do it, he could have forced the ball downfield. I mean, all these routes aren't short routes.
Yeah.
They were throwing it more than they were running it. So, I don't think it's a shot at Kaylee, and I also, it was there. If you want it, it's there. I think the Chargers made adjustments. I think that they cranked up the pressure, which meant C.J. Stroud had to throw the ball quicker. I don't think it was the play call. If you're going to bash Kaylee, which, I'm here for that. Let's hear it, 713-780-3776. I would be more critical of how you don't have stuff to beat the blitz than he wasn't throwing it downfield or taking shots the rest of the game with a lead.
100%. It's not even a question like that. That's way more of a problem, indicative of what the problems are with this offense not pushing it down the field. If you can't stop 6 guys, to Brian's point, and what you're saying, well, the shots aren't going to be there because you have no time.
Yeah.
You have to, CJ on those 2 touchdown throws, he has time in the pocket to set and fire and someone to get wide open down the field. That's not going to be there every single play, and you can't force it either. If a team adjusts, then you have to adjust with it. But the Chargers did, and you didn't have a counterpunch.
This dude threw 2 bad interceptions. Should have been a couple others. That's the thing, too. Stroud wasn't that conservative with the football when he threw those 2 picks. What do you think of those 2 interceptions? The first one was when that ball was kind of tipped.
Yep.
Although I'm not sure that it wouldn't have been an interception either way. I don't know where he's throwing the ball. I think he's throwing the ball to Higgins on a little comeback route. But the defender's there. Even if it's not tipped, that's going to take a miracle to not at least be deflected.
I'm with you. I think it's an interception regardless. So it's not one of those where I'm going to cut him some slack for it, because it's a bad throw. I think it's clear he had no idea what was happening in front of him in the moment. He just missed the defender.
I think he just missed him.
How do you miss Derwin James, though?
I don't know.
He's got to be your key.
I mean, in the run of a play, when you're going through your progressions, you know where their best players at defensively?
I think pre-snap, you know where Derwin James is.
Pre-snap, sure, but they're disguising it and they're moving post-snap. Yeah, but Brian, if you take the snap and you're looking to throw and you're going through your progression, yes, you know where Derwin James is pre-snap, but you have no idea where he's at post-snap.
Well, it's not like he ran from one side of the field to the other. He kind of camped out, and CJ threw it right to him.
I think you're dismissing a little bit of what a quarterback is doing once he gets the football.
I mean, I don't know. Derwin James was camped out. I mean, if he identified him pre-snap, it's not like Derwin James came from the right hash to the left hash on a run that CJ would never seen coming. He was camped out there waiting.
But you just think the defender is going to stay still?
Well, CJ was looking at it, like you said. If we think he's throwing the comeback route, he was staring down that receiver. I think you said it was Higgins. Derwin James was camped out underneath it the entire time.
He looks at him once he gets to him on his progression.
Well, sure. And he looks that direction, Derwin James is standing there.
I mean, Derwin James does move a little bit. Derwin James is lined up over a receiver, takes a couple of steps with the receiver. Stroud probably thinks he's in man-to-man, and he's got a crosser over the middor. So he thinks that Derwin James is going to move if he sees him post-snap. Which, again, what's a quarterback looking at post-snap? And this has been the Kirk Cousins, is quarterbacks evolving into these natural progression throwers? Or are they reading the defense post-snap? Which I think Stroud probably is more natural progression than reading defenses post-snap. What do y'all think on that?
Yeah, I would say it's more natural progression.
Yeah, I think he's more natural progression.
Because, when you look at this interception.
Which I don't love, actually.
Yeah, it's when you look at it from here, like Derwin James is towards the middle of the field.
It's a bad miss.
And it's just, I think it's a bad throw, tipped, yes, but it was a bad throw.
Yeah, it would have been picked either way.
He missed Derwin James on it.
I mean, best case scenario is that he thinks he can get it over Derwin James's head.
Like layer it?
Yeah, which, I mean,
Well,
you
it's just
watch
a
the
bad throw.
velocity that he throws the ball with, though. It doesn't look like a layered throw.
No, it didn't.
looks like
It didn't.
I mean, he's kind of letting that one loose a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think he. I think that he believed Derwin James was going to mark the receiver that was running a drag, and he thought Derwin James was going to vacate that spot because he's in progressions. He looked up. He's like, oh, he didn't move.
Yep.
Dang it.
And we've seen CJ throw interceptions this year, or near interceptions, where as soon as he threw it, he immediately started running after the player because he misread it. So I think that one's a misread. The second one, bad throw. Right?
Yeah,
just a bad throw.
Another defender camped out, though.
I don't like that they're throwing it here.
Yes.
I feel like, hey, take a 14-3 lead at the half, man. Like, you got the number one defense in the NFL. Like, why are you getting aggressive suddenly with seconds remaining at your own 22? So I don't like the decision of becoming aggressive here, honestly. Play to your defense. My best guess here is that, again, he didn't think the safety was going to be there. Maybe they saw something on film where they expected the safety to vacate this area. He does drop back initially, but then charges forward. He just steps right in front of Kirk. I mean, it's almost like the defender's running the route.
Well, because it really looks like when he goes through his progressions that as soon as he turns to Kirk, he knows exactly that's where the ball is going. Like this one, it feels more predetermined in this moment. And maybe the other one was too, where it's just like what they saw on tape, like this throw is going to be open. And the Chargers just countered it really well because it's the guy's right there, and then it's a low dirt ball right to the defender.
Yeah, they were bad plays by Stroud. Like, however you want to decide, like, why was the play bad? End of the day, they were bad plays. The touchdowns were nice. The first one, I mean, kind of easy throws. Like, hey, complete them, though. Like, they're, bombs. I thought the second one was more difficult. Threw it off his back foot a little bit, pressure in his face.
Yeah, he makes a big throw there where, like, he's got a guy right there in front of him. Nico Collins does a good job on that play, too, like, away from it. So, I think, like, that's what you want to see. Like, that's what C.J. Stroud's capable of. Like, that reminds me of year one C.J. Stroud, what we saw in those first two drives. Way more than anything we've seen this year.
Yeah, it was the explosive play, Stroud.
Which, we missed Tank Dell.
I think Tank Dell would help in these blitzes, too, with his speed.
I
What?
The drop is right next to the Cougar route, and my finger slipped.
I don't get that one. I dabbed up Tank at Energy the other day.
Nice.
I gave him dap.
How's he looking?
He was sitting down at the time.
We also found out he's not coming back this season today.
Which, again,
we knew.
We knew that.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Ryan says the best way to describe this Texans offense is lackluster. What's the best way to describe the Texans offense? CJ Stroud, your thoughts, 713-780-3776. Also, think about this for the next couple of minutes, boys and junkies. Who would you rather have as your signal caller? Contract aside, whatever. Who would you rather have as your signal caller, CJ Stroud or Justin Herbert? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Who I'd rather have is my vacation spots, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They're always taking care of you. They got a New Year's Eve bash, really all week long. Starts Wednesday night, of course, with New Year's Eve. And then on the 1st, activities all day long. Friday, activities all day long. A New Year, New Adventure weekend. That's just an example of how they're always taking care of you. And you can stay in their treehouse. We stayed in the treehouse when we went. We loved it. Branham family loved it. They got glamping for you. They got cabins for you. If you already have your own RV, cool. Pull that sucker up. They have the perfect RV hookup spots for you. You're going to love your time out there. Escape the city. Enjoy the relax. Vamos to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, which you should be doing. They take care of you whenever you go visit them. New Year's Eve party all week long. New Year Adventure weekend this week. That's just a small example, though, of how Two Creeks Crossing Resort always taking care of you. They got glamping for you. They got the cabins for you. A tree house, which is awesome. We loved it when we stayed there. Or if you already have an RV, just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. You can escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors in no time. Why no time? Because you're there in 90 minutes. It's only 90 minutes from the city. You're there in an hour and a half. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in no time, kayaking their water in no time, or just hanging out at Swampers and enjoying a drink, too. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, beautiful mature trees, also some of the best fishing in Texas. So get on out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and from now through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire, exploring the beautiful outdoors. Also follow them on social media, Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always doing some giveaways. You might even win a free stay. And book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
713-780-ESPN. Israel's being mad at us.
For what now?
I think because we proposed the Herbert versus Stroud. He said that we're mad that Stroud's about to get the bag. I'm not mad at Stroud. I don't know if I would pay him $60 million, though. I think I'm out on paying him $60 million.
Oh, yeah, I'm not paying him $60 million, not this offseason.
No. Branham, you're just being messy, trying to make something out of nothing. Context. Like, if you're going to say that, provide some context. What am I making up out of nothing? I don't think I've done that yet today. I
don't think so.
Israel, all that matters is that they won. That's the big picture. Yeah, I agree with you. Now, what you want from your quarterback, what you want from your offense, can it take you deep into the playoffs? Can you get to where you ultimately want to go? That's where the conversation's had. I mean, we're discussing the margins here. Chargers defense is top 5. Yeah, you have to factor that in. Like they do have a very good defense. I'm not losing sight of that. That's why we started the show. I'm not saying anything bad for 13 minutes. They deserve flowers. They went into L.A. They beat a playoff team on the road. Lead story. Mm-hmm. Boom. Now let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think like I don't know why people are like, I get it. Israel like doesn't want us to criticize C.J. Stroud. Like it's fair. He wasn't perfect in this game. He wasn't anywhere close. Like it's okay to be happy that your team won, but also be critical of what happened within the game. Not everything has to be sunshine and rainbows.
No.
It's just not the reality.
Unless you're in the first segment.
Yeah, sorry.
And we also can't say the only thing that matters is they won for 3 hours.
That's true.
It's hard to do a 3-hour radio show if you only say all that matters is they won.
Since Jeremy's leaving early, can we just record us saying that?
Yeah,
and
we'll
just
say that for the last hour.
It doesn't matter. They won.
But even then, look, I'm a big believer in winning's the ultimate. Like, I don't care how you do it, you win. But then just like having a conversation with your boys, like how was that? Like you're having a cold one with your boys. Well, they won the game. Yeah, they won the game. All right, we're just gonna sit here. You know what I mean? Like you're always gonna talk about the game, the little things that go on, what it can mean for the future. Blah 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 blah. Someone says they need to put Davis Mills as soon as they hit the red zone. They didn't go to the red zone yesterday. Trash. You know that? They didn't hit the red zone yesterday.
I didn't realize that actually.
They were 0 for 0 on their red zone conversions.
Hey, you know what?
Feels familiar.
Means they didn't miss any.
They didn't. They
100%.
You're right. They didn't have to settle for a field goal once they hit the red zone yesterday.
So red zone issue solved. If you don't get there, no problem.
That's right. They didn't execute and dump penalties and mistakes, stalled drives and momentum. CJ can't handle the pressure. Stroud's interceptions were terrible. That S2 looking more and more accurate. Eesh. Somebody went S2 on Stroud. People don't like when you do that. Herbert or Stroud? Who would you rather have?
Stroud. I don't think there's that much of a difference between the two quarterbacks, to be honest with you. Like even like when you look at them statistically.
Who did you say?
Stroud.
Okay.
When you look at them statistically, like they're not that much of a difference. The difference to me, what I see is I see one quarterback who has a really good defense and has had a good defense since he came into the NFL and is asked to do a lot less in desperate situations. Herbert's asked to do a little bit more because his defenses have typically been terrible. So the tiebreaker here for me is playoff results. Like, that's ultimately what this comes down to. That's why, for me, the answer is Stroud over Herbert. Because I've seen CJ win playoff games. Herbert hasn't done that.
Where do you land on this, Brian?
Yeah, I land on the Stroud side, especially since, to further Joe's point, like they literally had the head-to-head, and one of those two quarterbacks threw 4 picks.
Brian, you're the leader on this show saying that wins are not a quarterback stat.
It's not a quarterback stat, no. But I mean,
But you cite playoff wins.
Well, you also cited Herbert threw 4 picks in the game.
yeah,
Two of them were not his fault.
Okay,
They weren't.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
they
true.
weren't.
There were some tip passes. You're right. I would disagree with Joe though that they're very similar. Like Herbert runs a lot. Now some of that, to your point, is maybe he's having to make more plays because he's had a lot of wide receiver injuries around him, a lot of moving pieces. But I think Herbert is the more athletic quarterback. I think he's got the bigger arm. But for the most part, Stroud, last game's result not pending because I mean Stroud threw a couple dumb picks in that game. But for the most part, I think Stroud makes better decisions. So I
really?
lean towards the guy that makes better decisions
You think he makes better decisions?
than Herbert. Yeah,
I kind of lean that way, too.
Justin
Look,
Herbert?
in the last game, it's tough to make that case because Stroud made 2 awful decisions. But on the whole, I would say yes.
Interesting. Now, Herbert has thrown more interceptions this year, not by a ton, 13 versus 8, but Stroud also has played in 3 fewer games. Now, last year's Justin Herbert famously only threw 3 interceptions the entire year. Like, he had now, that was an anomaly over the course of his career. His touchdown to interception ratio, 163 to 58, so that's roughly, 3 to 1, a little bit better than 3 to 1. Stroud's at 61 touchdowns to 25 interceptions, which is not 3 to 1. That's pretty substantially below 3 to 1. I do think it's close. I rather have Herbert. I think Justin Herbert's the better quarterback today, right now. I think Stroud has tons of potential, but I think right now today Justin Herbert's the better QB.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a better quarterback. Herbert is the answer, but it's like if I want to win a playoff game, I just don't trust him. I don't trust
Never
Herbert.
won a playoff game. He's
Yeah.
never won a playoff game.
And
Good
he's
point.
had he was the quarterback of the Trevor Lawrence game, right? Yeah,
had a huge lead.
He
blew it.
was.
Yeah, and then
Yep.
it's like I don't really trust him there. He threw 4 picks last year. I know 2 of them were not his fault. Like I don't trust Justin Herbert in big moments at this point, and we've seen he's had opportunities with now a really good
Two
head coach.
opportunities in the playoffs.
Yeah, but he's been in the NFL for a while at this point, and like you can't say just because you're in the Chiefs division is the reason why you never make the playoffs.
Fair.
Like Stroud makes the playoffs, Stroud wins in the playoffs. Herbert doesn't do that. So
He has.
like that
No
to me
argument.
is that's the tiebreaker here.
Interesting. I just don't think it's a tie. That's kind of where I land. Because those points are valid, and I do think that wins are a quarterback stat. Not like that's the only thing that you should value a quarterback on. I do think that it's a quarterback stat though. Like, do I want my quarterback that's throwing the football away in a 21-20 win, or do I want the guy that's heaving it down the field when they're down 28-20? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And connects and has a 50-yard play and his stats look better. Give me the guy throwing it away. I do think there are winning traits that a quarterback has. So that's why I think your counterpoints are valid and probably the best counterpoint to it. I just think Herbert's the better talent. I think he's a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud, although close. Close. Not
I will
quite
stand
a tie,
corrected on one thing. They actually have the exact same career interception percentage, 1.7%.
That's based on how many passes they throw?
Yeah, percentage of their passes thrown that turn into interceptions are both at exactly 1.7.
Do you like that more than touchdown to interception ratio?
Yeah, I would say so. It's that kind of goes towards turnover. Probably I would lean more towards, and I don't find this on Pro Football Reference, but turnover-worthy throws would probably be the number one for me.
Yeah.
But I would value interception percentage over touchdown to interception percentage or ratio. That is.
Yeah, and now you look at Stroud so far through 3 years. Like it does help that his interception ratio his first year was 1% of his throws. So it's 2.3% last year, 2% this year. Herbert, for the most part in his career, has been below 2%, except for his second year in the NFL and then this season of his percentage of times he throws the ball or picked off. So, but it's like Brian said, it's even. I think Herbert is the better talent, but I'm not like really a believer. I feel about him the way you feel about Josh Allen. I don't think Justin Herbert's ever going to win.
I think there's some traits there. I think there's some similar traits. I do think that Herbert's a little Josh Allen light. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I do see a little bit of Josh Allen to his game, like escapes. He's hard to bring down with his size. I think he's got a cannon. Like he's got one of the strongest
He can
arms in the
rip it.
NFL. He's pretty accurate too. Like he's not I mean, I don't think he's Josh Allen in terms of accuracy. Like, he's completed 66% of his passes over the course of his career. I think he has all the tools. Now, like, what's holding him back? I don't know. Like, I don't think he makes poor decisions. I think he's a very good runner of the football, hard to bring down. But I'm like, I mean, the fact that he hasn't won a playoff game to me is shocking.
And I don't want to make a million excuses for him, but if there's one quarterback to do it for in the NFL, kind of feels like he's the one. There's always been injuries. They always have injury problems. They have had bad coaching while he's there until Harbaugh got there. Like, there's been a lot that's gone wrong for Justin Herbert and the Chargers. But you're now in year 2 of Harbaugh. You've made the playoffs for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
So, like, the expectations have to be at some point you have to win playoff games. And after this entire run of the Chiefs being the dominant team in the AFC West and they don't win the West, you're still not the team that wins it. It's the Broncos.
I mean, they still have they're still going to get to maybe 12 wins. I don't think you can like dismiss their 12-win season potentially. Although it might be 11. Harbaugh said they're not going to play Herbert this weekend because there's really nothing to play for there.
I
don't think you can demean their season though. I
No,
mean, it's an 11-win season. That's a good year.
No, it's a good year. So like now it's like the expectations are now raised higher for Herbert. It's like I look at the Chargers and Herbert now and Harbaugh as a team that I will pencil into the playoffs virtually every single year.
Yeah.
Because of their coach, because of their quarterback. But at some point, playoffs have to result to W's as well. And this year's going to be tough because they're going to be the 7th seed.
So do you think that winning's a quarterback stat?
I don't know. I think it's a yes and a no.
I think
because like Max Brosmer does not deserve credit for a win last
when
week.
he threw for 51 yards.
Yes,
context matters.
That's why I think it's a yes and a no. Like it is a quarterback stat, but then there's also times where I'm like, no, like it's also not like
it's just not as simple as that. I think
it's not.
Yeah.
Context matters. Context over everything. Like it's why the stats in football a lot of times annoy me so much. They also ignore me. They do both. But it's like, oh, this guy threw for 300 yards. Okay, well they were down 30. He threw 2 interceptions. They got down by 30. Then he racked up 350 yards.
Yeah, like what's real and what's not.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, guys, just hear me out. Justin Herbert and Josh Allen. Go back to this college. Take Allen's year. Last year he won the MVP when Lamar should have won it. He threw less interceptions. But if I go with just tracking things, like you said, you don't know what it is and why they haven't won a playoff game. It's because of them. Let me break it down like Josh Allen. Last night when that guy was open, all right, first off, they're giving excuses for both of them. Josh Allen hurt. He's hurt. But yet he's always doing the tush push, or yet he's always scrambling, running over people, and like that. If you were that hurt, I mean, his X-rays came back negative. If you were that hurt, you get down and duck and live to play another day. Don't tush push a hurt person. So they make the excuses. He can't be Superman and the Joker. Last year, I mean, you've been playing this game a long time. Last year when that guy, they kicked him out of the playoffs, he threw that ball. He didn't read that blitz on the outside. It was a great job by Kansas City to disguise it and come off of that blitz, that corner blitz, and he threw. Sort of like Love as well. So when they get in the playoffs, that pressure mounts. If you look at Stroud, when he was at Ohio State or whatever, you just compare their colleges. I don't know what traits we're talking about, but if you go to Herbert's and Allen and what's his name and Jalen Hurts and Stroud in college, if you want somebody to throw for 400 yards a game, and then throw 20 interceptions a season, that happened to them in college. But I think when we spread the mail and we spread everything, we cannot. We make so many excuses. We're talking about a guy in Allen that's hurt, but yet we constantly bang him up in the tush push like all last night. He missed that play, so he's not Superman. And when he's the Joker, it's everybody else's excuse. It's everybody else. Diggs is over there with the boy in New England. They're doing well, but it was Diggs. I guarantee you wish you had Diggs now. We just make excuses for too many. Herbert them not
that's
winning.
Enough. He's going in circles. I appreciate the call, Gary. I'm the biggest Josh Allen hater that exists. The biggest Josh Allen hater that exists. I have in the notes here for our NFL segment, Josh Allen blew a layup for the win. I was tweeting negative things about Josh Allen yesterday. I just think Herbert's better than Stroud.
That's fine.
I just think Herbert's a better quarterback than Stroud. I think it's very, very close. And your counterpoint, hey, he's won playoff games. That matters. That's significant. But I don't make excuses for Josh Allen. That's blasphemy. I never make excuses for Josh Allen. In fact, I'm the opposite of that. I probably criticize him more than I should. So I still want to.
It would have been fair yesterday.
Watching
that game made me angry because it made me feel like you were right.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to realize.
Yeah, I watched the game. Was like, damn it, Jeremy may be right.
If Josh Allen doesn't go to
with the ball,
if he doesn't go to Super Bowl this year, he's never going.
That fumble he had was
terrible fumble.
Yeah. And the fumble, he also had another sack where he ran back like 25 yards. It was just unbelievable. The dumb mistakes
we
he makes.
overrate the sensational and underrate the simple. We do it in all sports. We do it in all sports. We see a highlight reel of a guy doing something that has never been done. He's the greatest ever. But then he can't hit an wide open dude on a 2-point conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Wide open. He'll do the incredible. I'm not denying that. Josh Allen does things on the football field that nobody has ever done. Facts. He's also never won a Super Bowl, and I don't think he's ever gonna. Why? Because I don't think he does the simple good enough. Give me a quarterback who's great at the simple and doesn't do the sensational over the guy who does the sensational and can't do the simple.
I also don't think he's the only quarterback that can do what he does now.
Who else?
I mean, I think Herbert kind of can.
I think Herbert's a little bit lesser than. Like, I don't think that
May
Herbert's.
might be in that neighborhood.
I think May.
I don't think either one are great. I love Drake May, by the way.
What about Caleb?
Love Drake. No.
Don't try to shoehorn
None of
Caleb.
those three guys are as good a runner as Josh Allen from the power standpoint.
Oh, yeah. No, that's like a – because, I mean, Hurts is the only one that's close, but even Josh Allen's way faster.
And he's also way bigger than Hurts.
Yeah.
Josh Allen has the hard to take down like Ben Roethlisberger while also having like – I don't even know how to describe him as a runner.
Mike Allstott?
No, but he has the power, but he also has speed and elusiveness.
Yeah, it's
like he's almost Christian McCaffrey.
I was gonna say Derrick Henry.
Like he's unbelievable as a runner. Like he's so hard to bring down. That's why if I were defending Josh Allen, I wouldn't want to bring him down. I know that sounds funny, right? But I want to keep him in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want him to beat me from the pocket. Like I rather like I'm gonna be in contain. I'm not letting you out of the A gaps. Like I'm going to make sure you beat me as a thrower because I don't think he can beat you as a thrower consistently. Can he do it one game? Sure. Can he do it 2 games? Sure. Can he do it 4 straight games in the playoffs against the best teams in the world? I don't think he's ever gonna.
And I don't think he's gonna do it this year on the road. 4 straight games on the road. I don't see Josh Allen doing it.
Yeah, if he does, I mean, I'll tip my cap and say, my bad. You were right. I was wrong.
But then I don't feel good about anyone out of the AFC at this point. So,
same.
There's not a single team.
I think Justin Herbert is a lot more accurate than Stroud, and he has a stronger arm. He definitely has a stronger arm. Like, there's no debate there. He's definitely more athletic than Stroud. Definitely a better runner. Now, the accuracy, I think you can debate, and I think you can debate the, trusting in a big spot, decision-making. I think that's where the discussion is at. But we're also talking about how C.J. Stroud can't beat a blitz,
Yeah.
Maybe if Stroud could wear bell-bottoms during the game, he'd be better. It's a knock on what he wears before the games, which, hey, look, man, I'm not a fashionistist or whatever they're called. That's not my lane. We don't want y'all approval. He can care less just like me, says Israel. He couldn't care less, Israel. You got that one backwards. Herbert's ceiling as a passer is much higher than Stroud's.
I would agree to that.
I don't know. Depends on what you value. Like, Herbert has the bigger arm, but if you say that Stroud is more accurate and makes better decisions, I would say that guy's the better passer.
Yeah, I mean, accuracy-wise, it feels like we're splitting hairs on their accuracy. Because one guy's 66% in his career, one guy's 63%. Like, it's a marginal difference to me at this point in the NFL. Now, Stroud doesn't have a lot of the checkdowns that Herbert really has at this point in his career because, I don't know, it feels like he never throws the ball to a running back in any game, in any situation.
Right.
But it was just, I don't get it. Like, and that's part of the beat the blitz conversation is no one's ever just catching the ball to the backfield to make it nice and easy. Like, Herbert's had that his entire career. But I really think they're really similar in terms of, like, where their quarterback, like, rankings are going to be at when we do them again in the offseason, where you think their ceilings are at. I just don't think they're, like,
I think it's close.
The raw talent, it leans to Herbert. But the overall quarterback play, I think, is really close.
What does Stroud do quarterback play that puts you ahead?
I think he's, like, when it comes down, like, when he can, I think he can run this offense, like, what it's supposed to be. When he does the little things, and, like, he's just first read and finding that second read and going through his progressions and not doing whatever happened on those 2 interceptions, I think he's better than Herbert there. Like, in just like the structure of an offense, I think CJ is better than Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I just to disagree on that. Rocky, I just don't see anything in CJ that makes him elite. He's just good. Does CJ lead the Chargers to 11 wins? In return, how many games does Herbert win with the Texans? I think it'd be pretty similar.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big difference.
Now, Stroud behind that Chargers offensive line might be an issue. Like Herbert, better athlete, took 5 sacks yesterday. Like, is that him being worse in those situations, or is that because he has a worse offensive line? Yeah, maybe that's a counterpoint against Herbert, is that he doesn't get rid of the football, is that he takes too many sacks, although the Texas defense is pretty elite. I think it would be pretty close to the same.
Yeah, because I think like CJ would find a way, even though I really don't like the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. I'm not really a big Greg Roman guy at this point in his career. So I think both these teams are in a similar spot, honestly. Maybe it's, the Texans have 10 wins or 12 wins instead, because I think it's the same way the other way. Like, I don't think you swap places with them. It's that different this year.
I think both Herbert and CJ would be better if they played a little like each other. Yeah, Stroud a little bit more free, Herbert a little more structured. That's not a bad take. I don't necessarily disagree with that either. Stroud or Herbert? Who would you rather have? 713-780-3776. I put up a poll, too. You want to guess what the poll is?
CJ,
62-38.
Okay.
Although my followers are more Texans fans than Charger fans. I think it should be a 50-50 split, quite frankly. But then I also have the follower curve, I guess you could call it. All right, where does Rich Eisen stack up as the worst play-by-play broadcasters that call NFL games right now? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You got to get on Underdog. You got some Monday Night Football. Football's in full swing. Underdog's the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You're in Texas. Texas is the best place to make picks on money. Make picks and win money on Underdog. And it's so easy playing on Underdog. You just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Get your picks right. You get up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. It's all you need is $1. $1, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and so much fun to be had. Your boy won a 6-time payout yesterday. I actually had Josh Allen higher than 202.5 passing yards. See, I'm not always a hater. I had Saquon Barkley lower than 81.5 rushing yards. Check. I had James Cook lower than 88.5 rushing yards. Check. Got that. And you know more ball than me, so what are you waiting for? Maybe you could win 6 times your cash as well. And you got some action today. Rams, Falcons, Monday Night Football. Bijan Robinson, 74.5 rushing yards. You like the higher or lower there? Puka Nacua, best thing going. 108.5 receiving yards. That's high, but he's very good. You like the higher or lower there? And then Matthew Stafford, 270.5 passing yards. Higher or lower? You know ball, go prove it. Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780 ESPN. These guys are making me sick. I think I'm going to cut out an hour early.
Whatever.
Huh?
Whatever. Who you guys got tonight?
Middle Tennessee.
All right, big game.
It's a big game. Last non-con for the number 8 Houston Cougars. Tickets available. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe the secondary market. Sellout streak at the Fertitta. You know that. Aaron Wilson reported Joe Mixon's not returning this season. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Appreciate that. No Tank Dell, he said either. All right. Thank you.
Should
All right,
I
Rich
put the
Eisen.
breaking news sounder?
Rich Eisen called this game.
Yeah. he
NFL
did.
Network's production's not great. Like the replays, the cameras, like the production in its entirety is not fantastic. I've been telling you, Rich Eisen's terrible at play-by-play. Like I've been on this. It wasn't anything new to me. Where does he rank amongst the worst NFL play-by-play guys today? And maybe I wasn't clear enough on the tease. I really don't want to date back 20 years and break down the CBS D team from 25 years ago. We're talking about current play-by-play NFL Network broadcasters. Where does Rich Eisen come into play? Like this texter said, Dennis Miller by far worse than Eisen. Okay, great point. He was terrible, but was not play-by-play and is not current. That was my bad for not being clear. So current network TV play-by-play guys, where is Eisen and why is it not last?
Chris Myers is the reason he's not last.
Yeah, because I think like as a group, I think Kurt saves him a little bit over Mark Schlereth. But boy, it's bottom three. It's bottom three.
So there's the bottom three: Al, Chris Myers, and Rich.
No, I think it's the Spiro crew. Spiro and
I would
Archuleta.
much rather have Spiro than Rich
Same.
Eisen.
Eisen, and then
Spiro is leap years above Rich Eisen.
God, it was brutal, man.
So who's last for you?
Chris Myers.
Yeah, it's Chris Myers for me.
Who's second to last?
Rich.
It's Rich.
And then third to last?
Spiro.
I would say Al Michaels.
Yeah, I'm with Brian. Now again, the bottom three is mostly the same. I think Chris Myers is the worst. Rich Eisen is a close second. And then I think there's a little bit of a gap, and then Al Michaels is the third worst. Maybe it's nostalgia. Maybe it's because he's one of the greatest to ever do it, as to why I have him with a little bit of separation. But I got Al Michaels third worst. Third worst, Al Michaels. Second worst, Rich Eisen. A very close dead last, Chris Myers. I'll take Spiro any day over those three guys.
Saturday's game was awful. It was bad.
It felt like, I think you guys mentioned, or one of you mentioned that it felt like he was, I can't remember exactly what you said, but like he was doing shtick in the broadcast. I forget what terminology you guys use, but for me it felt like it was a Sports Center anchor trying to do play-by-play. Like he was trying to have his catchphrases mixed in, and none of it sounded natural.
That's a great way to put it. Like the movie references and everything. Like it's like, I'm going to get this in. What Jeremy mentioned earlier on the show, like I'm going to get in that Jalen Noel Christmas. I'm going to mention it as many times as possible.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, he said Noel on Christmas 3 days after Christmas.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yes.
It was brutal. Like I went for the mute button pretty early. Probably like second.
I'm throwing the BS
I can't watch a
flag
game
here.
on mute.
I'm throwing the BS flag.
No,
we're gonna get a real tangible flag for whenever we're both in studio together, because I threw it on BMAC the other day and won it. Now honor code here, because you could just lie. I'm throwing the BS flag here. I don't think that you went to the mute that quickly.
I went to the mute in the second quarter.
You watched the game on mute?
Is that quickly?
No.
You just sat there in silence.
No, I had something else on.
What did you have on? It was Saturday midday.
I threw like a movie on my laptop.
Another flag. I'm throwing another BS flag.
Who
watches movies on their laptop?
I do.
You watch a movie you've already seen.
BS
yeah,
flag.
yeah.
I
just threw a movie on and was just like, I'm listening to this. I couldn't listen to it. It was terrible.
So you were watching a football game on mute while you had the movie on with audio on the laptop in front of you?
Yeah.
As you do radio in Houston for 5 days a week?
I rewatched the
6
game.
6 days sometimes?
Yeah, I watched it again.
With audio or no?
No audio. Absolutely not.
Do we believe Joe right now?
I don't buy this at all.
That's fine. You don't have to believe
me. Honor code's very important
I'm not a liar.
for the BS flag game that we're playing here.
I'm not a liar.
I'm having a very difficult time. I don't think you're a liar, Joe, but I'm having a very difficult time believing you in this moment.
That makes me feel like you believe I'm a liar.
Plus, I love to make fun of guys who call bad games.
It was. I think it's the worst one. Like, even like Chris Myers is bad, but I think this was the worst one we heard.
I also don't think it helps that. I mean, I don't think Kurt Warner is the color analyst equivalent of Rich Eisen, but he's, I think, bottom half.
I think I would put him in the middle.
Okay.
I do think he gets hurt by his play-by-play guy.
Yeah,
like they're a
sure.
team, they're a tandem.
He might sound better with someone else.
Yeah, I think he's solid. Like I would take him over a lot of color guys.
He's good on radio.
Yeah, maybe it is just
Like,
Rich
I've
bringing
heard-
him down.
like,
but
I've heard Kurt
I
do
thought
Sunday
he was
football.
rough also Saturday.
Yeah, like Sunday night, Monday night football, right? He does on Westwood. Like I've heard him do those before.
Yeah, much better. I think
Way
he works with
better.
Harlan sometimes.
Yeah.
On those radio
Oh,
calls.
Harlan's going to bring everyone up.
Yeah, he will. Somebody says I called BS too, Joe. What was the movie? Quick. What was the movie?
Huh? It
What
was
the movie? Oh, that wasn't quick. He said, huh? He bought himself time.
It was
We caught him.
It was Ratatouille because I was watching it with
He said,
Joseph. Why would I lie?
He did the He was buying time. That's natural buying time tactics. Like whenever a coach says, "Oh, I didn't hear you. What was that? What are they doing? They're buying time to see how they want to answer your question."
The Saturday afternoon combo of a football game on mute while watching
Look,
Ratatouille is
he
one of the
was-
weirdest
Joseph-
combos I've ever heard.
Joseph
Having
was
the
sitting
kid
next
does-
to me. We
having
were
the
watching the
kid-
movie.
That is actually a pretty good point. Like if you have a kid with you,
I wasn't watching like Top Gun, which I did watch over the weekend, but like I wasn't like I'm gonna watch because then I would stop watching the game. I would watch Top Gun instead.
I watch games on mute at times. It's usually not a Houston game, but yeah. Okay, the kid aspect of that does kind of help out.
Thanks.
Here were the two Eisen first quarter touchdown calls. Here was Higgins, great to call.
Stroud trying to get it through the air. He goes deep for Higgins. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown, Texans, 75 yards.
I don't like the cadence, man. Stroud trying to get it to Higgins. I don't like the cadence.
I don't like the
It's not
tries to
smooth.
get it through the air. Like, just say through the
Yeah.
ball. Like,
I don't
throws
think that
it
one-
deep, you know?
Yeah,
When I hear tries to get it to him, I'm thinking like
it's
a
game
slant,
showy.
like a slant route with like tight
Yeah.
coverage.
Also, like, we have the benefit of seeing it because it's
Yeah.
TV, but if that's a radio call, tries to get it through
But
the
it's
air.
not. It's not.
I know, but it doesn't paint the picture.
I don't think that one was terrible. I don't love the delivery. I don't love the choppiness. Like his vocal fry, I think is trying to be manipulated here. I'm going to give that one a 4.7.
I went 3.5.
Okay, here's maybe because I know what's about to come. I'm grading that one a little bit better. Here's the Jalen Knoll touchdown call.
Stroud over the middle. And he's got another open receiver for a touchdown. It's Noel on Christmas. 43 yards. The Texans have come out on fire.
1. It's not Christmas.
It was also the third time he used that joke.
Yeah.
The over the middle?
Yeah, that doesn't describe the play.
What?
No, like
it was,
No.
it was like
It's
to
like-
the left corner.
It was closer
Deep.
to the sideline.
Yeah.
And it was deep.
I guess
Yes.
the ball like trajected over the middle.
I think he just missed.
That
I think he
goes back
missaw
to.
it.
I mean, maybe I'm overthinking this, but it goes back to my point. Like, if you were listening to that radio and he says pass over the middle, I'm thinking like a 5-yard
No,
slant.
you're right. I think he mislocated the ball. The ball. He didn't know who Noel was initially. Probably looked down at the spotter real quick because he goes, "What do you say, caught?" And then he looks down. It's Noel. So he didn't know who it was.
Oh
and
yeah.
then the what did he say at the last moment? Those are the two nitpicks I have on that one.
The Texans are coming out on
43
fire.
yards. The Texans have come out on fire.
That part's fine. But that was a terrible call. It wasn't over the middle. He used the Noel joke multiple times, and he didn't know who it was right away. So his player identification is not marvelous.
I know, it's almost as good because if
1-4.
if Noel doesn't score there, I think we get that reference another half dozen times. I feel like it was like a big setup for the touchdown.
It's
and then once
also-
the touchdown was used, it's like, all right, I've checked that box.
It's also Noel, not Noel.
Right.
So, like, the whole thing just falls. I mean, for
Great
me,
point.
maybe I'm nitpicking, but
No, you're not. You're
it
not.
falls apart for me completely already. And
You're
also,
right.
again, it's 3 days after Christmas.
I hadn't thought about that part. It's not Noel. It's Noel. And he
Fir-
says Noel's name right. Yeah, good call.
First Noel.
Junkie Eisen's radio show is horrible, and Stuart Scott had to carry him. His whole show on the radio is movie references. Rich mentions that he threw in the Joel dad joke on his talk show earlier is because of his wife, I guess. Oh, his wife said it was corny. Yeah, it was corny.
Good. Call him out. That's a good wife.
He was watching Mission Impossible 5 because Rich made reference to it.
He did.
There are multiple pauses of 2 or more seconds between each word in that call. It's terrible. 2 out of 10. The cadence is better, and it should be a 7 out of 10, but because it wasn't Christmas, it's a 2. It's a freaking 2. Every time he mentioned the kicker. Oh, great call. He mentioned Dicker the kicker.
Every time.
Which, I mean, yeah, dropped the name maybe once or twice, but every time?
Yeah, because like it's a good nickname for him, but it's not the only way you have to reference him.
He also jinxed him.
Which is fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with it, but he also jinxed him pretty hard.
I'm not a believer in the broadcast jinx, though.
I'm tongue in cheek, but yeah.
Not a believer.
Some people are.
All right, I'm tired of you guys. I'll see
Bye.
you all tomorrow. I'm going to dip out early. The boys will talk about NFL coming up next. Who had the biggest win in the NFL in Week 17? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe minus Jeremy on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. But before I go, I got to tell you about the brilliance, the greatness that is Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape work, anxiety, stress, whatever. Escape whatever for the weekend, a few days during the week, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. They got open green spaces for you. Beautiful. The nature out there is unlike anything you see in the city. Wildlife, too. If you like to fish, that's your spot. They got 2 creeks that run alongside their property. Big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. You're going to love it. Here's what I love about it. It's 90 minutes from Houston. So you get your peaceful getaway in an hour and a half. You're not wasting your time in an airport. You're not wasting your time in the car for multiple hours. You're there in 90 minutes. You don't have to travel too far. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in less than 2 hours. You're going to be kayaking on their water in 90 minutes. Maybe pickleball is your thing. You can play pickleball out there in less than 2 hours. It's awesome. They got it all for you, too. Any stay you want. Glamping. Glamping's great. They got the cabins that run right up on the creeks there. We stayed in the treehouse when we went. We loved it. You have an RV already? Great, because they got RV hookup spots. And also, you can take advantage of their 40/20 discount. From now through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off your nightly RV stays. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Joe and Brian here with you for the final hour as Jeremy ditched us. I mean, at least he came to work for 2 hours today, unlike everyone else.
He's worked 2 hours in a week.
He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
And then we won't be here Wednesday or Thursday.
He won't be here Friday.
And then I'll be the only one here on Friday.
Yeah, I guess I can't kill him for Friday because
So
I'll also be
I'm the only committed person, clearly, on this station.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly you're at the top of the list. I mean, you're first, but Jeremy and I might be second and third since at least we're doing shows today and tomorrow.
That's true. That's true. Full lineup returns on Friday. Sans Jeremy. Josh Beard's going to hang out with me from 3 to 6 on Friday. But John Lansdale will all return on Friday. We'll have Texas A&M basketball versus Prairie View A&M coming up. Pregame starts at 6:30.
With a lot of confidence.
I had to think. Who was it? Which Texas school was it? It's Prairie View A&M.
I know it's not the Jacksonville Dolphins.
No, it's not the Jacksonville Dolphins. No, that game's over. I think A&M won that game. But let's talk about let's talk some NFL. We've talked a lot of Texans today. We'll talk some Rockets tomorrow. We'll get back to the Texans a little bit later. Kind of what the playoff scenario looks like for them going into this weekend. We obviously know they're in, but biggest win this weekend in the NFL, Brian McDonald, was?
I'm going to say the Houston Texans.
Okay.
I think that's not going to be the most popular, even second most popular answer. I think that's going to be Niners or Eagles. But for the Texans, like they were in a spot where if they had lost that game, they're probably the 7th seed heading to New England. Instead, they get a chance to take on the AFC North winner and get the easiest path to get to the second round that exists. In the first round of the playoffs. So I think that was a massive win. I'd also throw out the Seahawks going cross country and locking up their opportunity to play for the number 1 seed next week.
Okay, so I think you mentioned 3 of the top candidates, but none of them were the team I chose.
Really?
So I think the biggest win this weekend, just because it literally saved their season. That was backup quarterback versus backup quarterback, but I'm going to go to the game after the Texans.
Oh.
I'm going to say the Baltimore Ravens. Like
King Henry.
You lose that game, your season's over. You're not playing for anything in Week 18. You don't have a chance to win the North and make the playoffs potentially without Lamar Jackson still, because Harbaugh, John, did not commit to his return in this game this weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Derrick Henry, 216 yards, 4 touchdowns. He was fantastic in this game. Tyler Huntley did just enough, like completed 16 passes.
Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley.
Yeah, I don't know how you complete 16 passes for 107 yards, but he did that. It was 5.4 yards per completion in this game. But yeah, I go Baltimore this weekend because it locked up their chance to fight for a chance to be in the playoffs. And the other one that I go 49ers number 2, because they've now set themselves up for something that I don't think has ever been done. I don't think when Tom Brady and the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay, I don't think they played all of their games.
No, they weren't the number 1 seed.
Yeah, they weren't the 1 seed, where the 49ers now had a chance to last night solidify themselves to have a chance to play 5 straight home games. Last night versus the Bears. This weekend, Saturday Night Football, I think is what. Yeah, they got the Saturday night game.
Yeah, they got the Saturday night
versus
game.
Seahawks. And then if they win that game and they're the 1 seed on Saturday, the Super Bowl's in Santa Clara. And they literally do not have to leave their homes until after the Super Bowl if they win out. Like the advantage that gives them versus everyone else in the NFL, if they can pull it off on Saturday, it is such a huge moment for them. So I think it's Ravens 1, 49ers 2 for me this weekend.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. I mean, the 49ers setting up, I mean, the same argument I gave for the Seahawks, I guess you could also give for the 49ers. And the 49ers have the more impressive opponent of the two, although I do think going across country to face the Panthers, where they play pretty well, is still pretty impressive, especially how badly the Seahawks beat them. I mean, Bryce Young was just abysmal. I think he threw only for like 55 yards in that game, something like that. But yeah, I get your point with the Ravens, because of all these teams that we talked about, I think they're the only one whose win kept them from being eliminated. Like the Texans were going to be in the playoffs regardless, because the Jaguars ended up winning the next day. And then all these other teams are talking about playing for playoff seeding, but the Ravens, without their starting quarterback, on the road against another playoff team who also missing their starting quarterback, literally saved their season to set up a win or go home scenario next week.
Yeah, there was a lot more intrigue this weekend than there is next weekend, frankly. Like, there's really 3 games that feel like they really matter. I mean, and there's some seeding stuff. I will say, it feels like this extra game kind of dilutes the end of the NFL season.
I mean, we literally have like 3 games that like are must win for these teams. Like I don't know if that was always the case before.
Yeah, I don't know. It ended up playing out that way, but like there was a scenario where there was nothing to play for, and it didn't work out that way. Like it's 49. The Ravens, credit to them again. Like they could have lost that game if Jordan Love plays, obviously, and even though Malik Willis, frankly, I am fascinated by him going into free agency.
You think he should be a starter next year?
Somewhere. Like, he's played really well in his stints as the Green Bay Packers starter the last 2 years. I would give him a shot. Like, we're in a fantasy football league, and we're having this discussion about how long it takes for players to develop, and I think most of it's nonsense outside of the quarterback spot. But, like, Malik Willis is having this, like, resurgence with the Packers that I didn't think was possible. And he got only, a year in Tennessee before they gave up on him?
Yeah, and I don't know how many starts he got within that year. I can't imagine it was more than 10. Like, they never really gave him a full chance. Like, I don't think he definitely didn't get a full season, but I'll look at how many games exactly it was.
But this weekend, like, it's setting up to be, like, there are a lot of important games. I'll be honest, though, I hate that 2 of them are on Saturday.
Well, you want to create island games for the games that mean the most.
But, like, couldn't we just do 1 at 12, 1 at 3:25, and 1 on Sunday Night Football?
No, but you want to create an island game for the games that are with everything on the line.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's what they did for the Texans a couple years ago against the Colts.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of everything just happening. I don't like Saturday football. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't like Saturday football. I didn't enjoy it this last weekend. Like, I want to kind of like once the college football season's over, I'd like to have a free Saturday. I'm being selfish here. I'm acknowledging that, but like, I just want to watch NFL games on Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays. The Christmas games were terrible, all of them. I know Brian and I did a show this weekend out at Tom's Watch Bar. The Christmas games were not worth watching at all. Just give me Saturdays, give me Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays. I just want to keep it to that.
I don't mind Saturdays in general as long as it's not what we got. I mean, I know that Christmas was Thursday, not Saturday, but like it got to a point where you have 3 games on Christmas plus 2 games on Saturday, where we get to the late window on Sunday and there's literally 2 games and one of them was Giants Raiders.
Yeah, that was great.
That's what we have to avoid. Like if you want to give us a Christmas game, okay, give us one in prime time. And that's it. And then like you said, maybe 1 game on Saturday in prime time. Cool. And then at least that way our Sunday is still kind of preserved. Like once it got to that late window, literally, thank God one of the games was the Eagles-Bills, even though that was kind of a hard watch at times. But thank God we had Eagles-Bills because the other option, like, I can't imagine who was actually watching Giants-Raiders. Only 2 games on in that late afternoon window, and one of them is Giants-Raiders. The record, the viewing numbers for Eagles-Bills had to be through the roof.
I can't even imagine what watching Red Zone was like. Like,
how can you watch it?
I assume they just showed the Eagles-Bills game at all times, unless there was a timeout in the action, or the Giants were in the red zone at some point.
Yeah, well, whenever Wandale got him down to the red zone.
Yeah,
or something,
but like outside of like it was, I couldn't believe. I thought it was a mistake when I first looked at the schedule. Like I figured like you would spread out the 12 o'clock games a little bit to have like a balance, something resembling a balanced schedule.
One of the noon games, so you got to have 3.
Yeah, because like
doesn't
to your
that
point,
feel like the minimum?
Yeah, because like to your yes, you have to have 3 because throughout the season there are plenty of times where there are 3 games only in that 3:25 window. But that game was awful. I watched 0 seconds of it. I only watched the Eagles-Bills game in that window because that game wasn't great football, but like it was close,
compelling.
Obviously.
It just was, yeah. Like part of it was like, especially like first quarter, and then I think it was sometime in the third quarter. The rain was coming down just so hard that, with wind as well, that you could tell they were going to struggle to do anything offensively. But like, I don't want to make too many excuses because Jalen Hurts, I think once again, because I think he did this early in this year. He literally went through an entire half of football without completing a pass.
Yes. I think
he did it again. I'm pretty sure it was, if it wasn't this year, it was last
season.
No,
it was this year.
It was this year, like week 2 or week 3, I think.
Yeah, I think it was against the Buccaneers this year.
That's what it was. Yeah, that was definitely in the first 4 weeks of the year. Like, I think Jeremy's higher in the Eagles than you and I are, and I get that their defense is going to carry them in a similar way to the way the Texans' defense will carry them. I have a hard time buying into the Eagles, though, as a Super Bowl threat over really any three of the NFC West teams, the Niners, the Rams, or the Seahawks, just because that offense can completely goose you any given day.
Yeah, look, he only threw 7 passes in the second half, but
0 completions.
To have 2 games this year in which he's thrown 0 completions in the second half, and to win both of them is stunning.
At least in the Bucs game, you can make the argument, correct me if I'm wrong, but they had control of that game, so why risk it? I mean, the Bills game, the most they were up was 13-0. Well, especially once the Bills got their first score, like you needed to move the ball, you needed to pick up some first downs and burn, so you could burn the clock more. Like they just are completely inept as a passing offense at times.
Yeah, the Buccaneers did outscore the Eagles 19-7 in the second half of that game. It was 24-6 at halftime. Final score ended up being 31-25. Like Baker Mayfield, that's when we were talking Baker Mayfield MVP and all that stuff, trying to make the comeback in that game. And obviously they fell short, but it's just, I don't know. Like I'm not a believer in the Eagles at this point. Like it's not really a Jalen Hurts thing. It's just, I think it's an offense coordinator issue, just like it was 2 years ago for them, where they were winning a bunch of games, but
I hear you, because we literally had this exact same thing happen 2 years ago, where they started 10-1 and then fell apart, and the offense was garbage, much like it is this year. But it does get to a point, though, where if it keeps happening with Jalen Hurts, and you can only be I would say even a good quarterback. We're not even talking about elite, but you can only be a good quarterback if you have an elite offensive coordinator. Part of that makes me think it's you. Like maybe you were being propped up by these elite play callers that got more out of you than you actually have.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be
if he has another season like this, or the one he had 2 years ago, where their passing offense is completely inept. Like, it's going to be hard to ignore at that point.
No, it's not. It's one of those where, like, it's going to be like you can't call him a top 10 quarterback if it's going to be in every other year where it's so up and then so down at this point, like, season to season. Because it's not really game to game.
No.
With Hurts, it really feels
seasons.
like, yeah, where it's just like 1 year is excellent, 1 year is not. Now, am I picking the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl next year just in case this is a trend? Yeah, probably. Like, I don't know if this is a trend, but, like, it feels like it is, especially if they change their OC. Let's go out to the HRP listener. Let's go back to the Texans here a little bit before we get to Julian. We'll get to you at some point so you can brag about your Niners. But first, let's go out to Lamont. Lamont, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, what's up? Just wanted to call and just complain about the officiating. I don't know if you guys touched on this. I thought the officiating yesterday was pretty crappy, and I'm not talking about from a Homer side, a Texan side, because I thought it was some bad calls against the Chargers as well. It was just really bad officiating, and even though I think that Rich Eisen was crappy on the call, he did make one good point when that whole thing went down with Schultz when he pushed the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's 2025, New York. I know that you guys have video and you guys can see what started that. I'm not saying that Schultz didn't deserve a penalty. I think that it should have been offsetting penalties. It should have happened to both sides. But my overall point is, now we got the technology to actually go see this stuff. We could do better than this right now because. What did you guys think about that? And I'll hang up and listen.
No, thanks, Lamont, for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, like I agree. Like I think the officiating was bad yesterday. It's part of the reason why
I don't think they know what illegal contact is.
No, because
I think thankfully they were wrong for both teams. Like the one on Jalen Petrie, I thought was a terrible call. The wide receiver ran right into him, and I'm forgetting who the Chargers defender was on the other side that drew Rich Eisen lost his mind. Like, you can't call that now. Like, they literally called that on Jalen Petrie a quarter ago. So that was really bad. But okay. So what do you think about what Lamont said there with the retaliation?
Look, it's okay. So the first thing is, like, it's the way it works right now is the first guy never gets the call. It's the way it's been in the NFL for years. To Lamont's point, I think it's a good one. Like, you have these people who are there to help with replay assist and to help with penalties and things like that. To me, there has to be like some kind of, this player crossed the line, like gave like a hip thrust to the back of Dalton Schultz's head.
Smacked him across the face.
Like, he pushes him back, And it's like, it's a penalty on Schultz for sure. Like it's that push. Also, huge flop. Like, didn't need to be a penalty if there's not a flop there. Honestly, it should be negating penalties. I firmly 100% agree with that. Like, there are people watching in New York who can see the entire play happen. Takes you 5 seconds to see what happened. You can see it in real time from anyone that's not the referees on the field. The first guy should have gotten a penalty too. So I'm with that. Like, I think we've seen plenty of opportunities like that this season where you can implement something like that and say, yes, second player did something wrong, but was reacting to first player. That first player shouldn't just get a pass. Like, if and I know that's the way they call it, but it's almost just like you should instigate every single play. And some players do. Like, we've seen C.J. Gardner-Johnson has done that for years in the NFL. Like, when he was back with the Saints, like, he would initiate stuff. Jalen Ramsey has done that stuff. Like, we see wide receivers do it where they initiate. There's a response. It's a garbage 15-yard penalty that shouldn't come into play.
I agree with you. I do think it should be offsetting penalties, and both guys should get flagged. But I can tell you why they'll never do it. Not to make an excuse for the first player to make a move in that sort of situation, but they're not going to do that because that basically gives whoever got hit, Dalton Schultz in this case, a free pass.
100%.
And what they're going to say is, well, if we basically give a free that if Dalton Schultz knows, well, New York's going to see this, they're going to make it offsetting anyway, so I get a free shot. Then you're looking at things that could escalate into further problems with illegal hits and shenanigans after the play.
Okay, I agree with you. So the counter to that, then how do you really fix this? Is really simple, because that's Jeremy's all things like. How do you actually fix it? Then there should also be the ability to what Lamont is saying is to call a penalty on the first guy if they miss it. Like, New York should be able to call in. If
Schultz doesn't react?
Yeah, if Schultz doesn't respond, then you should be able to call in and say, nope, that guy did this. Because I still think, like, yes, the guy who, like, yes, you're right. You can't just get a free shot in. Because that's what it leads to, right? Is it doesn't matter in that moment. Someone throws a punch, you can throw a punch back because both teams are getting a penalty. That does create a flaw in the system. So then but then the counter to that would just be, okay, then someone ring in and be like, hey, dude, this guy crossed the line. That's a 15-yard penalty on the Chargers. Schultz didn't respond. That guy should get penalized. He shouldn't just get a free pass because it's not seen.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it would be a question on timing, because if in a situation where Schultz doesn't respond and they're trying to get up and snap the next play, like, does New York get it in time? They probably should be able to within the 15 to 20 seconds it'll take the team to snap the ball. But, I mean, you never know in, like, a hurry-up situation. They just might not get to it.
100%. That's fine.
But I think timing will be complicated, but I'm for it in that scenario.
Yeah, it's if they run to the line of scrimmage, it's almost like a player running off the field, right? Where, like, if you get the snap off in time, it's a penalty because there's 12 men on the field. There's nothing you can do about it. But if they dive across the out of bounds line, then it's not a penalty. So I think it's the same thing here, where it's like, okay, they have 40 seconds from when the play ends to fix anything. I'm fine with that, because what time does it honestly waste at that point? Like, all you're doing is letting the play clock run down. To Brian's point, if they get it in time, then it's fine. If they don't, that's fine too. So, like, you can run to the line of scrimmage to prevent yourself from getting a penalty. I get why the second player has to get, punished for responding. I just don't think it's fair necessarily to let the first guy go without anything. Like, it's not a perfect system. It's never going to be. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Carrie, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Just to tack on what you guys are talking about, these penalties in the NFL, I've noticed, and I'm not sure how long they've been doing this, but they'll, like an unsportsmanlike or a personal foul, they'll say, this is the first penalty for so-and-so. And so my question is, the second penalty or third penalty or whatever, are we talking fines? Are we talking about ejections from the game? And if not, why don't we just have more fines to hit the players in the pocketbook on the personal fouls or unsportsmanlike conduct? That would take care of it more too, I would think.
Yeah, to what you mentioned, like, when they say that on TV, it's the next unsportsmanlike conduct penalty is an ejection. So they get one warning, the next one, they're out of there. 7308 on the text line suggested something similar. The answer is to fine the person who responds after offsetting penalties. I'd be fine with that. Like I would be totally fine with that. 6568 says nobody sees the guy who swings first. Institute auto review on thrown punches. That works. It's never going to be a perfect system. It's just, to me, like, to put the Texans in a 3rd and 17 when Schultz is responding to something that I think crosses the line. Like, I don't want to, like, the Texans make a lot of bad penalties. We saw them in this game. Like, I'm not going to dog them for this one. It killed the drive. Like, it would have been, what, 3rd and...
I think it was 3rd and 2 and turned into 3rd and 17.
Yeah, like, that's... And then you throw an incompletion on the next play.
And then you had the punt.
You got a punt. So, like, you're driving down the field. And I think when they got the penalty where it marked them at was the 49-yard line. So, like, you're right at midfield. So, you are in field, like, field goal position, basically, at that point. So, like, Schultz is going to get dinged on that by D'Amico. But he's also just responding to something that's Bush League, frankly. So, like, it's tough. All right, we'll do more NFL as well. But first, before we go to break, because we're talking about best one of the weekend, Julian, what you got?
I'm going to surprise you guys. Biggest win in the NFL this weekend was for the fans when Cleveland beat the Pittsburgh Steelers and getting Aaron Rodgers one step closer, getting the hell out of the league. Now, to talk about the Niners, yes, great win, but it was so ugly, man. I'm a defensive person. I want to see defense. It hurts my soul to see us getting gutted like that. And this goes back to what I told you guys. It's a mirage, brother. We had the easiest schedule in the league. These guys were playing, make stupid mistakes at the biggest times. Caleb can't throw a little simple first down a couple times. Once we get into the playoffs, we won't be able to stop a nosebleed, and we're going to be one and done. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Julian. Appreciate it. Even though
I can't believe he ended the call without saying his phrase.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
I was hoping you wouldn't say it.
It sounds like they don't deserve it.
Yeah, I guess that's what he's saying. He's been, he's kind of been down. I think this goes back to when the Texans play the 49ers. I remember Julian called in and, like, basically pumped up the Texans, like, you guys are going to have no problem because the 49ers defense is extremely beat up. And, yeah, they gave up 38 yesterday.
31. One of them was a pick six.
Okay. Fair. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. But, yeah, the 49ers, if they do get to play the Super Bowl in their home stadium, it's going to be because Brock Purdy and the offense tears people apart.
He's nasty.
He's been amazing. Of course, it sent Collinsworth into calling him Patrick Mahomes, which is the lock of the century.
Which, like,
we should have brought up
Collinsworth.
Well, we were talking about play-by-play guys, but
I'm out on Collinsworth.
Everything goes back to Mahomes. I mean, even Trico kind of called him out for it.
Yeah, like, I'm out on Collinsworth. Like, look, I think there's a very clear, I know I'm biased here, okay? But I've heard it from people in this office. I hear it on television. There are certain criticisms that go to number 18 on the Bears where I'm like, I get it. You don't have to say anything else, but, like, there's certain criticisms where I'm like, oh, Caleb's not a Collinsworth guy. And I know exactly why he's not.
Okay.
I know exactly why he's not. Him and Troy Aikman, I get it. I get why you're not. But my God, the throws that kid was making last night. And then you're criticizing him for one throw in which he has got 3 people in his face and he short arms it. Okay. Like one quarterback in the NFL makes that, Josh Allen. Maybe Patrick Mahomes. But, like, some of the criticism last night for Caleb I thought was atrocious coming from Collinsworth. Like, I'm like, he is making throw after throw, making this a game because his defense is cheeks. And he makes one bad throw, and it's like they basically are Collinsworth is basically calling him the worst quarterback in the NFL. Like, I was exhausted listening to that game last night.
So did you mute it and put on Ratatouille?
No, I couldn't. I didn't have time to rewatch like I do for the Texans game. So that one. Plus, I was in the house by myself last night. So.
Oh, okay.
The wife left. She took the kid with her.
You want to give us some more details? It doesn't sound like the worst weekend.
Went to Grandma's house
because they knew you were gonna be watching the Bears and doing a post game.
Yeah, because, like, he's a lot. he's a lot when I have to go on the air immediately.
Yeah.
He wants to play baseball. I'm like,
is he breaking more? Was it a lamp that he?
No,
broke?
we're good right now. We got we've baseball proofed the house.
Oh, it was your laptop that sort of lost?
Yeah, no, we've baseball proofed the house for the most part. Softer ball, less things to get knocked down. He did knock down a painting the other day, but it's not a breakable painting, so it's okay. We're all right. All right.
So the answer was never just play baseball outside.
I mean, it's just me and him. My wife's at work. I'm watching a game. Like, he's starting to get to that point though, Brian, where I'm like, I gotta watch the Texans game. I gotta watch the Bears game. He's like, why? I'm like, can you give me 2 hours? Like, we were just outside. He doesn't get it yet. You watch the game with me? No. Okay.
No interest in sports yet, huh?
No. He'll watch baseball with me and basketball, but I can't get into football just yet. I don't understand why. I don't get it. Like, baseball is the most boring of all these sports. I think it's because he's been to a baseball and a basketball game. He hasn't been to a football game yet, so maybe that's why, because he's seen it in person. But I got work to do, Brian. That's all I know. I got big time.
Good news. I know someone that has season tickets.
Yeah. Well, we only have 2 seats though.
Tell Pops to take a day off.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Take Junior.
Yeah, maybe next year. He'll be 5 next year when the season comes around. So maybe next year will be first tag. My wife would kill me though. She's like, you went without me? Sorry. She'd be mad at me for that one. All right, let's take a break here. When we get back, Granado put out a tweet that was, talking about the seating. Since Granato's not here, because he's not working this week until Friday, I'm just going to read his take for you, and we're going to discuss it. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You do not want to get stuck in a 7-year car loan. That's what the average person gets in right now, because the average car price is right around $48,000. Instead, the average American, they want to change that car that they have every 3 years, and that's why it's time to look into leasing a vehicle and doing it through D&M Leasing. It's a really simple process. They are the home of the Easy Lease, and right now you can get no payments for the next 60 days. If you've never done it before, don't worry about it, because their average leasing agent that is there has been there for 10 years. Their average manager has been there for 20 years. So you're not going to be working with some rookie. You're going to be getting great customer service and working with someone that's worked with a lot of people that are new to this process. They will walk you through everything from start to finish. If you know what kind of car you want to get, you can get that thing within 24 to 72 hours. You can do everything at your home. You'll get the Easy Lease process right there. They'll bring the car to you, to your office, whatever you want to do. They bring it. They take your trade-in with you as well. Just start your leasing journey today by going to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 to speak with a leasing agent today. Remember, no payments for the next 60 days. Check them out, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe and Brian here with you for the next 22 minutes as Jeremy has left us. Couldn't stand us. So I can only do 2 hours with these clowns.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
5 hours total this week. That's all you get Jeremy for this week.
You can only do 2 hours since last Tuesday.
Come on, man. Like, we did the Christmas party last week. I wasn't on my A game. I was a little sleepy.
Well, it was a show that started at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think I slept for like 8 hours total that weekend from LaBerge. And then,
Just because you're so excited for Santa coming?
Yeah, you know, Santa, me and Santa at the blackjack table the 2 nights before that were really rolling.
Well, I'm about to say you were more angry than in the holiday spirit at the blackjack table. I don't know if you told this story on air.
Oh yeah, I can't remember if I did, because did we do Junkie of the Day? I think we did. Yeah.
I couldn't remember if you told the story on air, but you had a guy. I'll quickly tell it that sat on five. Yeah, he had a 2-3. 5 total and
not like a jack 5 and sat on 15. No. He sat on a 5.
Yeah, 2-3 total of 5.
Yeah,
and he sat. Didn't take a card.
Whatever. And I was such a rookie in that moment. I just didn't walk away, but he kept saying he was going to leave. He wouldn't leave.
No.
Eventually, he left.
He was the junkie. He couldn't quit.
Yeah, what a disaster that was. All right. So Texans right now are at this moment the 5 seed. Now, D'Amico Ryans has already said today they're going to play their guys this weekend, which is not a shocker to me. We'll talk about this more tomorrow, I would imagine. I think it would be a mistake to sit your starters for the entire game. Like, it'd be nice if you could put this thing away by halftime on Sunday against the Colts, and it looks like Riley Leonard is going to be the quarterback for the Colts.
Yeah, it feels like no offense to the former Fighting Irish quarterback, but it feels like the Colts are doing you a favor by giving you a quasi-bye.
Yes. So go out there, play well, get in early at halftime, then you can sit guys in the second half. I'm fine with that. But the starters are at least going to play, at least start this game. We'll see how long they actually go. I don't think D'Amico is going to give us that answer. So I can't be ready for anything.
I think they should treat it like a normal. Now, with the exception of if Kamari Lassiter, if Ed Ingram, if Aziz, one of these guys that got hurt against the Chargers, and all 3 went back into the game, but if one of these guys is maybe he's not feeling it, then I would go ahead and sit him. But otherwise, I'm treating this like a normal game week. Like, I think it big time matters to be able to play Pittsburgh or Baltimore in that first round as the 4-5 matchup versus going to New England.
Yeah.
Or going to, what would be the other option, Jacksonville.
Yeah. Okay. So Granado tweeted this out about, he said he didn't know if it was good for the Bills to win because it sets you up for potentially that matchup versus Pittsburgh or Baltimore. And right now, that's where you'd be. Now, the way this weekend looks like it's going to play out, Bo Nix and the Broncos have something to play for the 1 seed. But the Chargers do not agree. They're not going to play Justin Herbert.
They have nothing.
That's already, well, I guess they don't care about the 6 seed versus 7 seed.
I don't think the 6 or 7 matters, to be honest.
Well, see,
if I was a Chargers fan, I would hope my team was going to sit everybody and treat it like a bye week.
Would you rather go to Jacksonville or New England?
I'd rather go to Jacksonville, but I mean, saying that the Jaguars have been awesome.
I know. They're playing great
football. They barely beat the Colts this last weekend, although they covered. But they I don't think it's really matters. I think the quality of team is about the same.
So do you feel that same way about Houston's situation where
I don't. I think there's a massive tier break from Denver, New England, Jacksonville to Pittsburgh or Baltimore with either a banged up Lamar or Aaron Rodgers on his last legs. Obviously, I'd prefer that to be Aaron Rodgers just because Baltimore's been a house of horrors unless Cooper Rush is starting for the Texans, and you'd always fear that they could regain their magic for one game. If it was Baltimore, I'd certainly be more nervous with that matchup. But I think either way, the Texans are going to be favored.
Yeah, I think they will.
And I think they win either way. So whereas if they have to go to New England or Jacksonville, it's not that they can't win. I just think they're the underdog and they're, less than a 40% chance to win.
Yeah, because the Chargers aren't playing their quarterback, like to me it's like New England hasn't really factored into this for me.
That's true.
It really comes down to is it Jacksonville and you're the 6th seed, or is it the combination of the Steelers, Ravens, and you're the 5 seed in the first round? I think there would be some good vibes for the Texans.
Bills are playing who next week?
The Jets.
Oh, okay, so that's a win.
So they're gonna win. Like they can play Trubisky.
The Texans would have to win to keep that 5 seed then.
Yeah, they can play Trubisky in that game, and the Bills are still gonna win that game.
Probably
which
so.
is honestly on the table if Josh Allen is actually hurt in any capacity.
Well, they keep getting imaging done. Like they got imaging done last week or the week before. It found nothing, and apparently they're going to went and got more imaging today. So he's still feeling something. It was pretty obvious in the game that his ankles wasn't feeling right.
Yeah.
I think part of John's point was more so like what it meant in the second round versus you have the tweet up in front of you, I think, but more so that than what it meant in the first round, because I think like it's not like I fear. Let's just say it's either the AFC North winner or Jacksonville in the first round. I don't fear either. I would prefer to face the AFC North winner, but it's not a big deal. I guess what the bigger deal would be, are you going to New England or are you going to Denver? Because that's really because John's scenario was all the favorites win. If you're the 5 seed, you're going to the number 1 seed, which is probably Denver, versus going to, if you fall back to the 6, going to the New England Patriots.
Yeah, and honestly, because see, I get the theory behind that, and
I don't see either one though as I kind of see them as the same though, right?
Yeah, because honestly, like I think a 6 or 7 seed's going to win a game in the playoffs this year in the AFC, and that team's going to Denver. Like honestly, even if it was the Texans, like I do not think.
So you think the Bills win their first round game against Jacksonville?
I think Jacksonville
that's
or
kind
New
of what
England.
you're saying.
Jacksonville or New England lose this weekend in the first round of the playoffs. Like I think both those teams. Jacksonville's played much better.
I don't see New England slipping to the 3 though.
No, so that would mean like the Chargers.
Because they're playing the Dolphins.
Sure. So like in my scenario, it's more like the Bills end up as the 7th seed.
The Bills would have to win in Jacksonville.
Yeah, as they're currently constructed, like they could beat New England, I think, in the first round. They could beat Jacksonville in the first round. I think the Chargers and the Texans can win against those teams in the first round. Like I think there's going to be a lower seed upset in the first round of the playoffs. I do not believe that both New England and Jacksonville come out unscathed. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but like Jacksonville's played much better as of late. Trevor Lawrence has played much better as of late. But like I don't believe there's some team of destiny this year, and the Patriots haven't played anyone yet really besides the Bills. So like I kind of want to wait and see how it plays out. I think the best path for the Texans is the 5 seed. So like that's
I do too, because I get the idea of what John's looking at, like what sets them up most favorably for the second round. If you think either way they can win in the first round, but I see, I guess more so than John, a bigger tier break when you're talking about either facing Jacksonville or facing the Steelers-Ravens winner. I mean, let's not forget, it was an ugly game that they should have won, but they lost in Jacksonville the first time around. Mm-hmm. And let's not forget, they were down 29-10 going into the fourth quarter and needed the miracle of all miracles from Money Mills to win the rematch at Energy Stadium. So and that was even before the Jaguars really hit their full potential when they went on the road and beat Denver a few weeks ago. Like that wasn't even the Jaguars at their best form so far this season. So I think there's a big enough tier break from Jacksonville to the AFC North winner that I much rather face that, because who you face in the second round is meaningless if you can't get out of the first round.
Yeah.
And I look at these two teams, if we're thinking the favorites hold, which was John's thesis here, that it's New England or Denver as the Texans' choices. I mean, they're both cold weather cities. They're both with young, fairly inexperienced quarterbacks and with good defenses and questionable weapons around the offense or around the quarterback. Like, they kind of feel like the same option. I don't view it like Bo Nix, Drake. Honestly, I'd probably fear Drake May more than Bo Nix, so I'd rather go to Denver anyway. So if the Texans were the 5 seed, I think that works out in their favor.
Yeah.
Like the only real difference between these two teams is I think Drake May is better than Bo Nix.
It will be interesting. Like if the Texans have to match up again with the Baltimore Ravens in the first round of the playoffs, 3:25 on Saturday. Like, and honestly, I think that's where we're headed to.
Who do you want between those two? Steelers, Ravens.
Steelers.
Yeah. It has to be, right?
To me, like Kenneth Gainwell has had a good season for them. Rodgers, I think, has looked better until this last week. Like they just lost to Cleveland.
Lost to the Browns.
Like, so it's like now, and I don't know, does DK swing that game for them?
No, DK, let's be honest. Maybe I'm thinking this through a fantasy lens, but to me, it's kind of the same thing. Like, he hasn't done much this season.
No, I think he's been a disappointment, especially for the contract that they gave him.
Oh, for the contract, yeah, massive.
Yeah, so like, if Lamar plays, I'm gonna pick the Ravens this weekend to win that game. We'll see if he plays or not. But I also wouldn't rule out that Tyler Huntley can't just get that win if Derrick Henry's running the ball like he did last week.
Man, what a collapse for the Steelers. If they miss the playoffs because they in consecutive weeks lost to the Browns with Shador and then the Ravens with Tyler Huntley, that is an epic collapse to miss the playoffs for Pittsburgh.
I think we are looking at a very interesting Tomlin conversation if that happens. Because, yes, they'll finish above 500 again, but if they were to miss the playoffs this year after having a chance to secure it, all you got to do is win one of your two games, and you're playing the Browns and then the Ravens. I just wonder, what the view would be in that organization, because I feel like the fans, we know what the fans want. The fans want to move on, right? They want to move on from Tomlin for 3 years.
I hear both sides though. I hear Pittsburgh fans that still love him. They think they don't want to undersell the feat that it is to be a winning team every single year and in the playoffs most years.
All right, let's get to our junkie of the day in the final segment. You can text in your nominations to us right now at 713-780-3776. We'll do that next year on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. so aggressive. All right.
You got a problem with it, you junkie?
Junkie of the day. Back from Christmas break. We're
Junkie?
here. Jeremy's not. Jeremy can't give a nomination. You know what?
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
He's got to start writing his Junkie of the Days down.
Maybe we should just nominate him.
He's working. So.
Not for us.
All right, Jeremy.
He's working for a different company.
Jeremy writes X. That's all he wrote. So Twitter. He nominates Twitter for Junkie of the Day. Didn't give us any more information.
I thought he was still calling it Twitter. I didn't think he was calling it X.
He just wrote X. So clearly that's what he nominates today. Brian, what you nominating today?
I've got a couple of nominations, but I'll start with the Buccaneers slide. It's unbelievable how little these NFC South teams want to win the division, but specifically the Bucs, man. I'm not trying to take away from Longhorns.
Texas is back, folks.
But how, with the playoffs on the line, do you lose to Quinn Ewers making a second career start?
Great question.
How? How do you lose to Quinn Ewers and a Miami team that does not care with the playoffs on the line?
Because Quinn Ewers is a baller, man.
I guess. I kind of hope that it's actually the answer is Quinn Ewers is better than we expected. I don't think that's the answer. No. I think the Bucs are just trash, and they're going to, unfortunately, it'll be one trash team in the NFC playoffs. But, yeah, how do you do that, man?
Yeah, I think it's a shame that we have to take someone from the South in the playoffs.
I think I've floated this out with the idea of automatic bids and the college football players. Okay, your conference gets an automatic bid, but you have to be in the top 25. I would kind of wish we could do that with, each division winner gets a playoff bid, but you have to win 10 games.
I'm fine. I would say at least be above 500, which Carolina will be.
The NFC or the AFC North will be.
Yeah, and
that winner will be. But
Carolina will be if they win.
Yeah,
they'll be 9-8. But if Tampa Bay wins, there's also this weird. Let me pull this up. It's not a winner-take-all game next week yet. If the Atlanta Falcons pull off the upset tonight against the Los Angeles Rams and then beat the Saints and the Buccaneers win, the Panthers still win the division.
Oh, because it's some sort of common opponents or something?
Yes.
So the Buccaneers can win the game and miss the playoffs.
Yes. If the Falcons win out, which they're not going to win tonight, it's it's a moot point. But it is not until tonight's game is over. It's not a lock that even when they play on Saturday next week, the Buccaneers and the Panthers, that it's a guarantee that team makes the playoffs. And that is my junkie of the day. Can we make tiebreakers less complicated somehow? The ACC, the NFC South, this is dumb. What are we doing?
Yeah, the common opponents one. I mean, I guess at some point you have to get to something weird. You're going to run out eventually of things that make logical sense. Obviously, head-to-head, division record, conference record, that all makes sense. But what happens when you run out of those? There does have to be something weird at some point.
Yeah.
I think far enough down the line in all sports is literally a coin flip still.
Yes.
If you get far enough down the line.
Which is, I need to see it. As long as it's on television when it finally happens.
They literally did that for Texas high school football playoffs this year.
Yeah.
They met at a Valero gas station and flipped a coin.
Yeah, when one team had to forfeit a bunch of their wins.
Yeah.
And that team still made it on the coin toss, but it was a three-way coin toss, which makes even less sense of how that works. All right, that's Brian McDonald. You can find him on Twitter at SackedByBMac. I'm Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Jeremy Branham at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. He'll be back with us tomorrow. He'll put in a real work day tomorrow, 3 hours. We'll be all back with you tomorrow. Full lineup returns on Friday. Thanks for listening. Texas A&M basketball coming up at 6:30. Peace.